Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the first semi-final. Fantastic day for cricket here. The two combatants on the field are going to be the Stallions X and Clarion Eagles. Both teams during the group stages went 3 wins, 1 loss, and a heavy-duty clash here. Clarion Eagles and Stallions X. I will tell you that this will be a mouth-watering affair. Crisp, cool morning here in northern Georgia. In the middle, our 𝗏 𝗏𝗂𝐴 had a look at the pitch. 𝗏 𝗏𝗂𝐴, what did you see?
Absolutely gorgeous morning here in 𝗵𝗺 Sports Complex for the all-important semi-finals day. The sun is out, the breeze is down, and it is just about perfect conditions in terms of the weather. This 𝗵𝗺 outfield has been terrific as well. If you look at the dimensions, 62 meters straight, and if you look in front of me, slightly bigger on that side, it is 67 meters, and behind me, it's 60 meters. The actual 22 yards, they played pretty well last couple of days. Have a closer look. It's pretty dry and hard. And since it's a bit warmer today, we feel like it will dry up sooner than what it has been doing in the last couple of days. So batters can express themselves a bit better. Batting first, still the team that wins the toss might want to put the opposition in, but the conditions not as challenging as it has been in the last couple of days. Still, you have to watch out for the initial few overs, and then you can express and play your shots on this pitch. All in all, we're looking forward to a cracking day of cricket here for the semi-finals day.
The confirmation there from 𝗏 𝗏𝗂𝐴, absolutely mouth-watering clash is going to appear right before us here. The pitch conditions and everything look absolutely spectacular. Back to Mr. 𝗏 𝗏𝗂𝐴 in the middle with the captains for the toss.
It's time for the first semi-final, Atlanta Open 2025. We got Stallions X and we've got Clarion Eagles, and alongside them the match officials 𝗃𝗃𝗃 𝗂𝗍𝗏 will flip the coin. 𝗏𝗏 𝗏𝗃𝗃 will call it. 𝗃𝗃𝗃, you ready?
Heads. Heads is the call.
Heads is the call.
It's tails.
It's tails. 𝗃𝗃𝗃, you've won the toss. What have you decided to do?
So we would like to bowl first.
It's a slightly delayed start and a warmer morning. What's the reason behind that decision?
Pitch looks really good, and it's a big semi-final against one of the best team in the tournament, and I would like to extract the advantage as much as possible, and having target in sight and trying to chase it, it's a better option.
Always a luxury to have a full day's rest in these kind of tournaments. What was the team up to yesterday?
Complete rest, because after playing 4 intense games, I truly believe that boys really wanted that, and we were just sitting in our rooms, chilling, watching others' games. So yeah, it was a good day to have off.
And what's the team news?
We have one change. Momin is not playing in place of Najaf Shah.
Go well, 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 𝗂𝗍𝗏.
Thank you so much.
Shayan, any difference you would have done if you had won the toss?
We would have liked to bowl first as well, but we're making a conscious effort to not let toss dictate the way we play cricket. I think Kingsman has been doing well throughout this tournament, and we'll look to capitalize on the opportunity we've been given to start the innings and inshallah produce results.
It's been a tough tournament, quite a few tough games to come this far. How's the team feeling in terms of the morale coming into this game?
Really good. Everybody's looking forward to this opportunity, and we've prepared ourselves, and those tough games have prepared us for this bigger occasion, so we're looking forward to it.
And what's the team news?
We're playing with the same team.
All right, go well, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃.
Thank you, sir.
So the news from the center is that 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 𝗂𝗍𝗏 has won the toss, and Stallions will be bowling first.
There you have it under brilliant conditions. Not a cloud in the sky. Crisp, cool morning here in northern Georgia, and Captain 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 𝗂𝗍𝗏 choosing to have a bowl. There you see the teams: 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗃𝗃 Surya, 𝗃𝗏𝗃 Singh, Arkanantha, 𝗏𝗏𝗃 Surya. Very strong top 4. Middle order is strong with the batters, particularly Hassan Mohsin, and then you'll see the bowling later on. Really strong side. As we look at the Clarion Eagles, I will welcome to the mic Mr. Lenny Achaibar. Lenny, good morning.
Yes, Brian, thank you very much. And the Clarion Eagles, Pranav Chattopadhyay, Gomel, Krishnamurti, Mohsin, Saif Badar, Matthew Cross, Harmeet Singh, who takes the ball right now. Lamba, that's Abhimanyu Lamba, Stephen Wigg, Usman Tariq, and of course, Najaf Shah.
Mouth-watering Absolutely mouth-watering event here at the 𝗵𝗴𝗲 Sports Complex. Lenny opening the bowling with some left arm spin. Turning the ball away from the two right-handed batters. The openers, 𝗫𝗫 Jahangir, will be the one taking first strike. Obviously inside the power play, so it is a bit of a risk. And 𝗫𝗫 Jahangir has never met a shot that he does not like. He should have a really interesting contest here earlier on. Two national players, in other words, both playing for the U.S. Harmeet Singh and 𝗫𝗫 Jahangir both. And we're all in readiness, as the great 𝗃𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗃 𝗀𝗃 says. First ball coming up.
Yeah, good start from Harmeet Singh. And he's a kind of bowler, Brian, has used the new ball so many times. Very good start from him, bowling to a top-class player.
Off the mark, a single. You know, off air earlier, you and I were talking, Lenny, about who the other opener was going to be, along with 𝗫𝗫 Jahangir. Well, it appears as though it's Sharad Lumba.
Yeah, we haven't seen Sharad at the top of the order in the last couple of games. We saw Kananta one time, and then we saw Tajinder Singh. So, a different strategy, different part of the tournament. And this is one of two semi-finals today.
Sharad Lumba now going to be looking very aggressive at the top of the order, usually. Now, what you're trying to do, obviously, is to tempt the right-hander to go big over the onside, where he'd be hitting against the turn. We'll see whether or not that strategy takes effect here. So halfway through the first over, Lenny.
Yeah, he got a couple of good knocks. Sharad Lumba got a couple of 39, 39, 39, 7. And didn't play in a couple of the games. So he's back at the top of the order with 𝗫𝗫.
Worked off his hip. Najaf Shah, who we have not seen in a couple of days, Lenny, is in the field. The big fast bowler will potentially have the ball later on.
Yeah, good run back from Najaf Shah. That's a way to get warm up. When he's been given the ball, and I'm pretty sure it's good, it can be any time now. So Najaf will probably use that little run back as a little bit of warm up process when the ball gets into his hand.
So as of right now, just ready to tap things around. No big shots being offered yet by this opening pair. But what you want, Lenny, is consistent runs at the top of the order during the power play.
Yeah, we've seen the Stallion X team. Brian Walters at the high side when they batted for us, 197.
Finds the outside edge of the captain's bats. Good over. First over bowled here by Harmeet Singh. 1 over in the books, 4 without loss. So exciting, Lenny, to have Sir Clive Lloyd be the chief guest of the Atlanta Open 2025. That will be tomorrow. May have him here later on today, but definitely will be the chief guest tomorrow. Big left-hander from your part of the world, Lenny. And another big left-hander has the new ball in hand at the southern end of the ground. The same man we just referred to, Najaf Shah, former Pakistani quick. Now bowling the first delivery here to Sharad Lumba.
Yes, starts well. Big appeal. And it could run through for what we could be a leg by. Maybe a little nick onto the pad. So he's picked up his second run. Yes, Najaf Shah. Certainly a man who's knows his trade pretty well.
You did it again, Lenny. Again, Shah Faisal and I look exactly alike. I can see why you keep calling me Shah Faisal. Najaf Shah, brilliant left arm bowler. Look, generally tries to bowl a fuller length. Now tell you that 𝗫𝗫𝗃𝗃 does not like to be dictated to. So this is a good matchup for me.
Yeah, you look at Najaf-Shaw, 3 wickets in the series, and we talked about how he has picked up all of that in one game. And the Clarion Eagles, a well put together squad, and Najaf-Shaw, and along with, we've seen a little bit of 𝗲𝗏𝗃𝗃, Usman Tariq, Stephen Wigg, another fellow left arm seamer. So strong bowling attack sported here by the Clarion Eagles.
Strong left arm bowling attack. You have 2 left arm pacers. You have 2 left arm seamers, being Sanjay Krishnamurthy being the other one. Knocked him over. Look at that delivery. How big is that? End of Sharad Lumba, 6 for 1.
Yeah, we talked about how good Najaf-Shaw has been. And this one, look at that. Early into the innings, Sharad Lumba. Oh, look at that. Middle and off. Knockback. Advancing down the track. But it's Najaf-Shaw who draws first blood. Is 6 for the loss of 1.
Advancing down the track is an interesting move. You'd like to think that he'd be forward because of the ball swinging into him. But Lenny, with the feet moving this early in the innings with the ball swinging, feels like a better option would just be to play the ball on its merits as opposed to moving down the track, being a little bit unsettled and losing his wicket here.
Yeah, a lot of batters sometimes, Brian Walters, will probably want to negate this swing. Usman Khan comes up quite early. And he comes in here with an early fall of Sharad Lumba. Is 6 for 1.
I completely take your point that it's better to be forward to negate the swing. When the ball doesn't have as far to travel, it doesn't swing as much. For me, if that is your objective, then take your guard outside of the crease. It accomplishes the same thing, but you're more still earlier in your innings when, you know, your footwork isn't exactly right yet. Anyway, enough of that. First delivery, full tosses drilled down the ground. That goes all the way for 6.
Well, such an explosive shot. First ball from Usman Khan. And while we were just trying to have all the analysis on the dismissal of Sharad Lumba, look at this. First ball, full toss. Usman Khan smashes this out of the park. And that's the first boundary, the first 6 we have seen of this innings. And Usman Khan, he has come out, and he means business.
Well, he came running down the track. Talk about using your feet, Lenny. He was appealing to the square leg umpire for it to be a no ball. Well, if you run 6 yards down the track, that's kind of a battle you're not going to win. Boy, he's come out with violence on his mind, Lenny. Huge swipe that time, thick inside edge, taking it down the square leg for a single.
And Brian, you look at the 6 from Usman Khan. He came out and it appears that that's a free hit ball. He was just into, well, whatever ball's here now. Free hit mentality.
It is impossible to overstress the ultimate, I hate to say arrogance, but it's kind of arrogance to a big former international fast bowler. First ball running down the track. Boy, that was a mouth-watering contest. Interesting. First over bowled by Najaf-Shaw. Second of the innings comes to an end. 9 runs coming from it. 13 for 1 after 2.
Middle.
Boy, well, that woke us all up, Lenny. 13 for 1 after 2. The second over here to be bowled by 𝗲𝗏𝗃𝗃. And he's now bowling to Usman Khan. What approach does he take to the left arm finger spinner?
Yeah, we've seen 𝗲𝗏𝗃𝗃 7 wickets in this series along with Abhimanyu Lamba. So they're at the top of the order and they've started well with him.
Boy, Lenny, I cannot take that 6 out of my The very first ball he faced, and I really like your analogy. He treated it as though it was a free hit. He came running down. That is the first ball he's facing. The 10th ball of the innings. That is incredible. I have never seen that before. Shanjangir, steady as you like. I've seen him at the top of the order, scoring really heavily in the recently completed minor league season, in my mind. And nobody, I don't get a vote, but I think he is in the running for the most valuable player in the league. Driven square now. Couple of runs, maybe? No, just one.
Yes, Brian, he's really had some good season. And we talked about his international career so far. They come fast. 28 one international and 19 T20 international. So he's ranked up those games.
Tickler on the corner, picking on 𝗃𝗃𝗃 again. You know, you talked about the fact that he has international experience. Nothing bigger than opening the batting in a World Cup match for your country. And he did that recently in the World Cup last year, particularly open the batting against India in New York. That's a very big stage, Lenny. You were there probably.
Yeah, he's such a quality player.
Just doing it in singles as of right now, Shanjangir, taking his time to get started. End of 3, 17 for 1. Meeting of the minds there, Lenny. Harmeet Singh, Captain Akarsha Gomel, and Najaf Shah, who you would think, in fact, it has essentially been confirmed he will not be bowling his second over the 4th of the innings. It will be a change in bowling. We'll see exactly who this will be. Najaf Shah taking out of the attack after one delivery. Maybe not quite as spry at his current age. I would give Najaf Shah probably somewhere around 40 years old. I'm sure Shah Faisal will correct me if I'm wrong. But but he essentially is going to be out of the firing line, maybe at short fine leg, which is where you see him now. And in the meantime, a new bowler coming from the southern end to start over number 4.
Yeah, the man who got 4 for 17 the other day, 𝗵𝗺𝗪𝗀.
Smashed. And, half a stop at mid-on, but that probably saves 2 runs.
Yeah, good shot in the onside. And Brian, we've seen a start. We've seen 3 bowlers being used now. Lamba, we saw him the other day, bowled impressively well. In fact, would have opened the bowling, 4 for 17.
Wow.
And he also picked up 3 for 21. So the couple of opportunities he has been given by the Clarion Eagles, he has grabbed them with both hands.
Drilled, but straight to that man, Saif Badar. Look at Saif Badar. When you see him, look at his throws. I can guarantee you, even among all the fast bowlers, he will have the strongest throwing arm of everyone out here. He has an absolute gun for throwing arm. You run on him at your peril.
Yeah, he's posted at mid-on for now. I'm pretty sure when the power plays are done, he's probably going to stretch out to long on.
He can routinely throw from long on to the keeper's end without any fuss whatsoever. Just a bullet of an arm. In addition to being a brilliant batter, by the way. That's good cricket. Just dropping it into the offside, picking up a single. By the way, confirmation from the great Shah Faisal. Najaf Shah is exactly 40 years old. So I was off by exactly 0 years. Props to me.
So we've seen a good over here from 𝗵𝗺𝗪𝗀. We talked about a couple of big spells for him, big opportunity. And he's taken over from Najaf Shah, who bowled on this end, picked up the wicket of Sharad Lamba, Najaf Shah.
Up and over. You cannot bowl that length to Shayan Jahangir, rather to Usman Khan. He will absolutely do what you just did. Confirmation from umpire Sandeep Gundalekar. That goes all the way for 6.
Yeah, this is the second time we're seeing Usman Khan taking a ball out of the park for 6. And that is because first ball he's faced on these bowlers, he have taken them out of the park for 6. We saw his first ball from Abhimanyu Lamba, and then we saw his first ball that he faced from Najaf Shah. Both gone for 6s.
Now, the one to Najaf Shah, we talked about that. It was a little bit arrogant. This one, essentially, was what you'd expect from a ball that is short and wide. You get punished for those. Good comeback delivery there, though.
So we talked about 2 semi-final on tap today. This is the first one, Clarion Eagles and Stallions X. And later on at the 2:30 time, Atlanta Fire will come up against the Kings Men. So Brian, it's semi-final day. And we all come down to the last 4 teams left in the tournament. Started on Tuesday with 10. And we're dwindling down. We want to see who are the last 2 teams. And we'll have to wait until these 2 semi-finals are played today.
Down the track. Boy, he's wanting to get things going here. Usman Khan swing and a miss on this one, but his intent is clear. 9 runs come from the over. End of over number 4, 26 for 1.
Yes, get it off.
Yeah, we talked about the semi-final fixtures for today. Clarion Eagles, as you can see, they take on Clarion Eagles. They take on Stallions here, and then of course the Kings Men and Atlanta Fire coming up a little bit later on in the afternoon fixture. So 2 big games there. Brian Walters all heading down to the grand final tomorrow, right here in Rydal, Georgia.
Well, he didn't get that much of a rest, Najaf Shah. Be coming into bowl number 5, over number 5 here. Matching up here against Shayan Jahangir. So watch out, Lenny. This is the westernmost pitch. So it is closer to the west side of the ground, which means that the boundary up there is about 65 yards. Going east, that boundary is 71. So a leg side hit from this side has much less distance traveled to go over the ropes. So pay attention to the length and the line that is bowled here from Najaf Shah.
So many times, Brian, when these batters, they hit the 6s out of the ground, those measurements are irrelevant.
Yes, boys.
We've
This
seen
is
some
true.
big hit. I saw a big one into the other field. And there's several we've seen in this tournament. Batters, they want to hit these balls very far.
Oh, yeah.
Couple of good deliveries here. The length is spot on. And at Najaf Shah's height, I'd give him maybe 6'3", 6'4", Lenny. He gets good, awkward bounce. Those last 2 deliveries bouncing up awkwardly is Shayan Jahangir.
Yeah, to keep Shayan Jahangir quiet, Brian, you've got to be bowling something of substance. And we talked about Najaf Shah and certainly the experience that he brings to the table. Usman Khan, the man on your screen there, a couple of 6s for him already. And they're going exactly 6 runs and over, so still very even for the time being. The batters haven't run away, the bowler hasn't gone too loose. And Najaf Shah with a couple of dot balls in this over so far.
Yo, don't.
Bang on target here. Much better over on the way for Najaf Shah.
Yeah, we've seen 3 bowlers already. Still so much options for them again. Stephen Wigg, Mohamed Mohsin, he's been quiet this series. Sanjay Krishnamurti, and of course Usman Tariq. So those could be the overs. Those could be the bowlers to give you that remaining overs that is left.
Really innovative shot there by Stallions. It goes all the way for 4.
Yeah, I got the feeling that 𝗵𝗺𝗀𝗪𝗲 didn't bother to chase, realizing that they'll want him to rest that leg for his bowling. A 4 is a 4. But look at that, delicate, using the pace of the ball. He knows where the fielders are. And that's a lovely shot off the bat of Cheyenne, gone for 4.
Well, he is a brilliant stroke maker, strikes the ball cleanly, but that was a shot of just timing. Didn't need any power whatsoever. It is all timing and having that ball run behind point for 4. Quick single, well done.
And Brian, it's going to be interesting to see Usman Khan, and the reason why I'm setting up this ball. The very first ball he faced from Najaf Shah went for 6. The very first ball he faced from Lamba went for 6. This is the first ball he's facing from Najaf Shah from the other end. He's a very interesting character, and he seems to be a big fan of these first balls. Let's see, 31 for 1.
Now, the keeper is up. Matthew Cross out of Scotland. He's up to Najaf Shah, which probably doesn't make Najaf Shah feel very good, but will limit the dancing down the track, you would think. Worked around the corner. It is the man who I saw warming up a second ago, coming back for the second run. The man who I just saw warming up, Usman Tariq, who I believe might be bowling this last over of the power play. 5 overs done. The score is 33 for 1. Mouth-watering contest. Mr. Shah Faisal as 𝗵𝗺𝗀𝗪𝗲 comes into his second over, and he is dismissed. Over, wide, long on for 6.
Wow, what a strike. Really got under it, and it carried a long way. Cheyenne Jahangir.
Oh, the line, Shah Faisal, the line.
Was right in the slot as well, angling in, asking for trouble.
Shah Faisal, on that line, you can get hit for 6. On that length, you can get hit for 6.
Absolutely.
If the length and the line are both at his pads in the slots, honestly, that might have gone for 8. It's a much better delivery, shorter and cramping him for room, still managing to get a single for it though. So an interesting start here. You're at 40, Shah Faisal. Your early impressions of what you've seen so far in this first semi-final?
Well, obviously that slightly delayed start is really helping and neutralizing the advantage of a toss that the team that bowling first would have had. 40, I thought about 30-35 with no wickets down would be a good return for power play. So this is slightly better and still time to go.
And I'll ask you a different question as you see that single from Usman Khan. He came running down the track again. So he looks to be very aggressive, wants to get the scoreboard ticking. 17 from 9 is what he's had so far. What are you expecting from him as compared to what you've seen from Stallions Jahangir, 19 from 19?
Shan is more conventional. Usman Khan doesn't believe in the MCC menu. And against fast bowlers, he will charge down the wicket. He will step down towards his leg stump and open up all areas.
Skied, but this is catchable. Running back, actually just out of reach of, I believe that's Akarshit Gamel running back from sort of inside the circle. But a couple more runs here, Shayan Jahangir now starting to warm up.
Yeah, he took his time now, but that is generally the case. If a lot of wickets don't fall in the power play, and Shayan has seen through the power play. So that second half, over number 4 to 6, really want to capitalize, having seen through the first 3. Lucky that Usman Khan came out of the block so quick that Shayan could take a little longer.
So evidence there, Shah Faisal. He was winding up for a big one, wasn't he?
He just checked his stroke at the last minute. These modern day cricketers, this power play has been given immense importance, and they want to just set the stall nice and early. Someone had to leave the house nice and early to come here for a Saturday morning start. Obviously, it's weekend, so the 𝗃𝗺𝗃𝗃 Sports Complex will be packed to rafters. All 6 fields, you'll see games being played today and tomorrow. Coming to the back end of the cricket season in this part of the world.
Tell you what, that was less an appeal and more of maybe confirmation that the plan was executed wide and outside the line of off stump. Last ball of the power play is a dot, but 11 runs come from it. Look at this replay here, Shah Faisal.
Yeah, that's Usman's preferred method. Like I say, he'll come down the wicket and he will give himself room.
It's not even in the shot on that last one. End of 6, 4-4 for 1.
The man with a lot of mystery. Umpire Ishan is checking with what's on his fingers. He explained something which was accepted, I think, by the umpire.
Well, excuse me, the first time I saw Usman Tariq was in the recently completed Caribbean Premier League tournament. While if I were batting and he were bowling, I'd be very irritated at that exaggerated pause in between his delivery stride and the actual delivery. I think it's good in an era where so much goes in favor of the batter, for the bowler to have some innovations that sort of brings things back level.
Absolutely, and bowlers, sometimes you feel when you watch T20 cricket on some batting paradises, you feel like the bowlers are just bowling machines.
Exactly.
So they
Pretty
have
much
to come up with unique ideas.
We have a special lunch later on, Shah Faisal.
Brian, do not start. It's very early for lunch. If I get thinking about that, I won't concentrate on work. So let's watch Shayan Jahangir and Usman Khan, how they tackle Usman Tariq.
Oh, he winds up for the big one, but you're outside of the power play now, so additional protection in the deep is possible.
One thing with mystery spinners is that the longer they play and the games are televised, the batters will watch over and think in their head what they can do to counter it. And Usman, that is Usman Tariq, who was bowling, would have to keep evolving, because we've seen the lifespan of mystery spinners is not that long, because once they're worked out and their mystery is gone, they just become an ordinary bowler.
They just become spinners. So you talk about the fact that the more that you're able to watch the mystery spinner, the more the mystery dissipates. Well, you'd have had a lot of footage on him from the recently completed CPL, so you know that these Stallions ex-players would have been watching every single replay from that tournament. That is close. Umpire Ishan Mulay, my apologies, Umpire Sandeep Gandalekar says not out.
Yeah, that was the off spinner. In a tangle, Usman Khan. Deep fielders are 3 on the onside.
Round arm that time. Boy, the number of different deliveries that he has is fascinating if you've never seen him before.
So his release points are at the perpendicular and then beyond. And this one is underground almost. He drops his arm so much.
Yep.
There you go, another.
Round arm again. The mystery spinner pulls things back just a touch. 3 runs from his first over. 47 for 1 after 7. Here at the 𝗵𝗺𝗃 cricket fields, 𝗵𝗺𝗃 Sports Complex here in northern Georgia. Rydell, to be specific, ladies and gentlemen, if you are anywhere within range of Rydell, Georgia, these matches with high-level international type players and first-class players and top U.S. players is completely free to attend. And speaking of top-class players, another one here, Stephen Wigg, left arm pace. First ball of over number 8 worked into the leg side for a single shot, Faisal.
Stephen Wigg is another of those cricketers whose stakes have risen recently quite a lot. He's been on the scene of minor league for a few years, but he's really blossoming, and his skill set is really improved in the last 6 to 12 months. It's a crucial phase of the game now. Power play is done. That middle phase generally determines which way the innings can go. If a lot of wickets don't fall in this phase, they can set up a platform to launch.
Good length. Bang on target with the Yorker. And well played ultimately by Usman Khan. Shah Faisal, in the background a couple of times, we've seen some of the weekend cricketers around, and particularly at the north end of the ground, there's players in whites. I would imagine that much of your playing days you were wearing whites as opposed to colored uniforms. Am I right?
Absolutely. And I can tell you that on weekends at times you see all fields that are not broadcast or local cricketers. You'd see red ball and white kits. And it's just so good to see, for our generation at least.
I'm glad you qualified it by saying for our generation, as that's a single into the leg side. Shah Faisal, I'm an old guy. There is just something majestic about white uniforms and a red ball that I just don't. There is the white uniforms that we're talking about. I just don't get the same feeling with colored uniforms and a white ball. Call me old, call me old-fashioned. I will take all of those fired shots if you want, but there's just something magical about red ball cricket to me.
It is absolutely, no doubt about it.
Off from Stephen Wigg, staying maybe just a little bit low, worked into the leg side. Good over on the way here for Stephen Wigg. 4 singles from the first 4 balls.
Stephen Wigg is not the tallest of the blokes around, so he doesn't extract a lot of bounce. He's probably more skiddy. And that is what the conversation is, I think, between 𝗂𝗪𝐺 Gomal and Usman. The way 𝗂𝗪𝐺 signaled that Stephen Wigg is skiddy, and you've got to be prepared for that ball.
Just give him something to think about.
I mean, there can be 2 views about it, but I just absolutely love the camaraderie between the players, especially at this level. If we're talking about international level, I can understand there has to be a little bit of a needle between the 2 sets of players on the pitch. But at this level, it's just good to see all these players getting along so well.
Skied, how deep is it? Not deep enough. Did he stay in bounds on the boundary? That is a successful catch. What an excellent piece of work for the 2nd wicket.
Yeah, the umpires will want to have a look because With this coverage, we have the facility that the umpires can check those close boundaries. He took the catch, he stumbled a little bit, but we couldn't get to see the view of the rope, if how close it was. And let's have a look from this angle. First thing first, check the front foot. That is absolutely fine. This is the picture that the umpire will want to make sure. Catch was completed, and after that the fielder took an extra yard and then composed himself. That's where when he lands on his right foot. Skinny young boy.
Well, I think Shah Faisal, after having a few minutes to look at that dismissal or the catch taken on the boundary and then the subsequent fancy footwork, umpires are sufficiently convinced that the fielder in that area of the field did enough to believe that that was adjudged to have been a catch completed on the field of play. So I guess another way of saying it, that there was, in NFL terms, there's not enough evidence to overrule the call on the field.
Absolutely. That's a fair call, because if the evidence is not conclusive, then you have to stay with the on-field decision, whatever the umpires reckon on-field. And Usman, in fact, Jahangir got out, and Shahan Jayasuriya is the new man in. Chitapalian was the fielder. Admiration for the wonderful effort and athleticism.
So Shahan J replaces Cheyenne J. So
the other way around.
What I mean is Shahan replaces Cheyenne.
Cheyenne.
Exactly. Yep. So it's a little bit difficult to follow those moving parts, but that is the end of over number 8. An eventful one, the big wicket of the captain, Shahan Jahangir, and Shahan Jayasuriya joins Usman Khan. End of over number 8, 51 for 2.
Usman Tariq will resume. Now will have a chance to bowl at the new batter. So, not immediately though. Usman is on strike. Very pronounced back foot movement from Usman to get it back and across way outside the line of the off stump. That got him in a tangle last over when Usman Tariq bowled that off spinner which cut back into him. A little bit of a personal battle building between the two.
I'm going to guess, Shah Faisal, that you would have faced better spinners, or at least been more comfortable with spin than me. So what, as a batter, do you look for cues from a mystery spinner like an Usman Tariq to know which way it's spinning?
The best thing, his quicker delivery was looking to sweep, missed out there. Usman is disappointed. The best thing is if you have sharp vision, you can pick it from the hand. Sometimes it's difficult to pick it through the air. Third way is to pick from the line, which is the least convincing one.
Yeah.
Like if you see a right arm leg spinner bowling it outside the off stump, you think that it's going to come in. More technical details is the dip of the shoulder. But we are talking about conventional bowlers. This is something.
Solid point. Yeah. Solid point. I'm just trying to put myself in the mind of Shanjai Surya, left-hander. The only similarities that he and I have in common is that we're both left-handed. What would my thinking be as I'm facing up to Usman Tariq?
Just right-hander or left-hander, you do not commit too early. Because it's such a long pause. If there is anything in your movement that you give a hint to Usman, he can just play with you then. But if you don't show him any movement until he releases the ball, then you're in a better position. But then it restricts your ability to hit him for big shots.
Yeah.
So in this tournament, I'll check with Lenny. Usman Tariq hasn't taken many wickets, although it's been difficult to get away. But teams have come up with plans to not give him the wicket, so not go overly aggressive against him until and unless he provides a freebie. Even you with your gadgets. How many wickets Usman Tariq has got in this tournament?
End of over number 955 for 2. I'll answer that question shortly.
Fine.
In this tournament, 5 matches played, 16 overs bowled, 5 wickets, 93 runs, best bowling of 4 for 23. So 4 of those 5 were in one match, so not much done otherwise. Interestingly to me, his economy rate is higher than I would have expected in this tournament. It's just short of 6, 5.8. So he is a mystery spinner, but they've been able to figure him out, save for that one game.
Yeah, that economy of less than 6, any captain or any team would take it. Less than a run a ball in this format, and to carry that as much threat of wicket taking as Usman does. But yeah, teams have really just gone quiet against him. And those 4 wickets came in one game, so 3 games out of 5 he went wicketless.
Yep.
But it's nothing to suggest he was taken to cleaners or anything. So
oh, no.
Teams have come up with plans. That's smart.
So back to Stephen Wigg to bowl the 10th over of the innings. Good over. Took a wicket in that last ball of, or the second to last ball of his first over. Worked around the corner. Luckily, for Stephen Wigg that went directly to the field, and Najaf Shah had short fine leg, 1 yard, maybe 2 feet to either side of him, and that's 4 runs.
Yeah, got really lucky there. And Najaf is also will be happy that it came straight to him and he didn't have to chase after it.
That's exactly what I mean. Down the leg side, that line is one that you will regret having bowled to a man who is as aggressive as Usman Khan.
Yeah, you don't want to give him that kind of opportunity. I can understand what Stephen Wigg was trying to do, to cramp him for space, not give him any room. But then that line was too straight. Easy pickings for Usman. Much needed boundary because the innings had stalled after that power play. There were 44 in the power play, 44 for 1 in 6 overs. So the next 4 overs, or just 3.5 overs, haven't yielded many. And they've lost another wicket in the process.
Oh, skied. And Najaf Shah, unfortunately, has some work to do here. Second 4 in the over.
Yeah, he got under it, using the pace with both third man and fine leg up in the ring. More of a top edge, not as much control as the previous boundary, but the result is the same.
Certainly a safe shot. You mentioned third man and fine leg inside the ring, but the keeper is also up to the stumps. So essentially no coverage at all behind the keeper, at least behind square on both sides. So relatively safe shot under those circumstances.
Well, 10 off the over as Stallions X is looking to regain the momentum after sluggish 3 overs from 7 to 9.
Momentum is such a fickle thing, Shah Faisal. In the last 5 overs, including this one, 33 runs scored. So 6.6, just a little bit more than a run a ball. Maybe you want to be accelerating more toward, let's call it a crescendo at the end of the innings. You're right now scoring at the rate of 6.71 and over. 6.71 and over translates, or I should say projects, to a score of 134. My sense is that something around 150 would be more challenging for a team here.
Yeah, talk about the last 5. So over number 6 went for 11, and this has gone for 11. So in between, only 11 came in the 3 overs.
Oh, what a lovely shot that one is. Really well timed. A lot of work in the deep. Tell you what, that's good work done there by Pranav Chetapaliyam to cut that one off. But 2 more runs. So make it 13 from the over. Halfway through the innings, 6 to 8 for 2.
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
So halfway gone, 68 for 2. Still a very healthy scoring rate, going at 6.8. Those are easy to calculate when you've completed 10 overs. We talked about how good Usman Tariq has been in terms of economy rates. Pulled into the onside. Welcome Shah Faisal, as this one has gone away for 4. So a good shot from Usman Khan.
Usman waited for his moment against Usman Tariq. This was short and allowed him to get underneath it. He's looking to move right across his stumps, Usman, throughout the spell from the mystery spinner. This time he got one in his area. Good start to the over.
Yeah, good motion.
We look at 68 at the end of 10, Shah Faisal, and when you look at some of the 10 overs mark, score that has been par on this ground. It's around the vicinity of 58, 57. And you talked about at the toss that the strip are beginning to get a whole lot better. We haven't seen rain here for some time, so batsmen are beginning to up that little par that we have seen in the last 2 or 3 days. Yeah, first ball went for 4. And a couple of good comeback deliveries here from Usman Tariq. Shehan Surya, his playing style certainly suits these middle overs. Oh, slice in front of Stephen Wigg, and it goes away for 4.
Streaky boundary. Beautifully flighted by Usman for once and lured Jayasuriya. Stephen Wigg is a very, very good fielder. With Usman's pace, it was one of his slow deliveries, so it didn't have the pace to carry to short third. And in the attempt to take the catch, the boundary went away. Can't blame the fielder for that, because you have to take the aggressive option. As now Usman Tariq wants him a little closer, even fielder at point as well. They're both hanging at the edge of the circle, and now they're 5 yards in from that 30-yard circle.
Yeah, a couple of 4s in this over. This has been a good one here for the Stallions X, and even good running. Shehan and Usman Khan, good running there. Shaw Faisal, we've seen an over that has gone for 10 so far. In fact, 11.
Yeah, boundaries have come, and now good placement, excellent placement from Shehan Jayasuriya. It's probably one of the most expensive overs from Usman Tariq in this tournament.
Yeah, playing a miss, so 11 gone is 79 for the loss of 2. So it looks like Abhimanyu Lamba gets a recall here. Shaw Faisal will come back for his second bowling spell. Didn't go too well at the top. 2 overs, no made, none for 20.
Not easy to bowl in the power play, but this is the moment I think Usman Khan would have been waiting for. He's 37 of 25, likes some pace on the ball. So would Jayasuriya as well. Critical moment in the game. Big test for the youngster.
Yeah, we saw a couple of
Missed
days
out there. It was right on his pads, Usman Khan. And it was probably the loosener from the bowler. But just a leg bye will result.
Yeah, a couple of big bowling spell in this series for Lamba. Strong bowling attack. We've seen Harmeet, we've seen Lamba, we've seen Tariq. We've seen Ajav, we've seen Wigg, still bowling options. Sanjay Krishnamurti can give you a couple of overs. Mohsin, we haven't seen him yet. And you get the feeling Shaw Faisal, they've got some on the reserve to really call upon. Yeah, good delivery. Can't do much with a ball like that.
Yeah, just the rotation of strike. These two very experienced and good players. Shehan Jayasuriya, by his own standards, has had a quiet tournament, but these are the big games that the big players make their money, and they can really come good when it really matters. And today is one of those days.
Yeah, driven into the offside. Krishnamurti runs around. Yes, Shaw Faisal, by his standard, his highest has been 30. He got an 18. Other than that, a couple of single-digit score. A man who has played 12 ODI and 18 T20 international for Sri Lanka. have now settled in this country. We've seen so much of him. Every tournament that we have attended, 𝗂𝗡𝗖𝗍, always an active cricketer. And he's that type of player that can play those dual roles. He can knock it around for the time being. And don't be fooled by that, because he scores quickly when he wants to.
𝗃𝗺𝗬𝗂𝗽 fielding on the boundary line. Oh, got himself in a tangle. The big shout. Umpire says no. Matt Cross from behind the stumps could not believe. Neither did 𝗏𝗏.
It's one of those funky-looking shots. A shot that we've seen 𝗂𝗫𝗄𝗃 execute on a few occasions, 𝗂𝗡𝗖𝗍, if you've seen him bat long enough.
Interesting replay here coming your way. It came off the bat. He's absolutely knocked the cover off of it, and 𝗏𝗏, when he sees that replay and sees his reaction, he may get a bit embarrassed.
Bowled him. So sweet revenge here for 𝗏𝗏, and he's taken out Shahan 𝗂𝗫𝗄𝗃.
Well. That was a comprehensive and conclusive. 𝗏𝗏 still thinking about that previous leg before shot, but he's come up with a fantastic delivery. And Shahan 𝗂𝗫𝗄𝗃, who's looking to go big, has been castled. He saw the length and went after it, but he lost his stumps, and the partnership's been broken. 82 for 3 Stallions.
One ball.
So Tajinder Singh has come to the middle. And 𝗂𝗡𝗖𝗍, we've seen a partnership of 45 broken by Abhimanyu 𝗏𝗏. Usman Khan still out in the middle. Tajinder, we've seen Tajinder batted at the top of the order. He is open sometimes, and we talked about the abundance of a strong top order here for the Stallions X. And you look at Tajinder Singh, he comes in here at number 5, and you get the feeling that the batting order does have a lot of strength at the top.
Yeah, this is a strong batting lineup, and they bat all the way down. Tajinder's come in, man of the match from yesterday. Hassan Mohsin still in the shed. Usman Khalid, Kaushik Bhatti. They keep coming. Arya Kananta has been given opportunities up the order, the youngster in the league stages. He's also there. Still plenty batting to come. 8.1 overs to go. 160 should be the bare minimum that Stallions will be looking at. Obviously, if things go well, they can go past that, but anything less than that, Clarion Eagles will be very happy going into the mid-innings. But between now and then, plenty of cricket is left to be played.
So into the offside, he gets off the mark. Tajinder straight away, and so 12 gone is 83 for the loss of 3.
Yes, I'm standing here because of
So Harmeet Singh gets a second spell. 𝗂𝗡𝗖𝗍 very tight at the couple of overs that he's bowled. 2 overs, no made, none for 8.
Do you want him behind or not? Is he
Hamid
sweet?
has had a very good tournament. He's been in good form. He's had to come up with performances the road this far for the teams haven't been easy. And I think other than Atlanta Fire, every team who's reached this far had suffered a defeat at some stage or the other. Clarion Eagles got one on the opening day. And then they had the Kingsmen the next game, and they must have thought about the prospects of not making it. Tajinder coming back for the second. Beats the throw from Chatapaliyam. Tajinder obviously scored heavily for the Stallion X and their sister team, Kingsmen. Not too long ago, they were in Australia playing a tournament, and Tajinder really did well over there.
Yeah, you talked about the Atlanta Fire. They haven't lost a game. When you look at Stallions X, they have lost to the Atlanta Fire. That's the irony. And 𝗂𝗲𝗄𝐴, they've done really well. We saw them in the eliminator. They were chasing just 138. We thought that the game had a bit of drama inside, but in the end, they were able to pull through quite easily. Not a good over here from 𝗵𝗺𝗃. We talked about how good he's been in his couple of overs that he's bowled before.
Wide given by the umpire. Injury for Matt Cross. There's a couple of substitutes running on. Umpire Ishan intervenes too. No help needed by Matt Cross. Still holding on to that thumb. Part and parcel these injuries of a wicketkeeper's life. Most of the wicketkeepers who've had a longer career, you would see that they'll have crooked fingers from blows as the one we saw, and single on the next ball as well with Tajinder. So he's gotten off to a good start on his first few deliveries, able to pick up runs and rotate strike.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised that the medical crew ran onto the field. 𝗂𝗲𝗄𝐴, usually it's done by the umpire stopping play and then indicating for them to come on. Even Tajinder was kind of surprised that there were people behind him. Into the offside, softly played, and this has been another good over from 𝗵𝗺𝗃.
One thing with Usman Khan is that in this format, T20, he's a century maker. Once he gets to a start, he knows how to convert them into hundreds. Once again, misses out on the sweep shot, but will collect another wide. The Stallion X. Talk about Usman Khan and his career. Whenever he's gone on past 30 or 40, it's more likely he'll convert it into 100.
Yeah, driven into the offside. This over will come to an end. So 13 gone. And they're batting at 93 for the loss of 3.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and 𝗃 Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports.
Talking about Usman Khan, who's going to take strike. It's a very, very interesting story of his career. He looks to go big. Of course, he left Pakistan and played his cricket in UAE. And when he was on the verge of qualifying to play for UAE, before that, he scored a couple of hundreds in PSL. He's gone up. How far? very, very far. Fielder can only watch it sail over his head. And Usman Khan brings out the big shot.
Yeah, massive shot again from Usman Khan. That's his third six. And look at that. Slugged into the onside. Gone a long way.
He took one hand off the handle. Have a look at that. And he still went so far. This one is wider. He's gone up again. And he's gone over again. That is terrific batting from Usman Khan. And he's closing in on that half century. In fact, he has gone over 51. Second half century of the tournament for Usman.
Yeah, a couple of sixes here. And 2 milestones accomplished. He gets his 50. The 100 comes up for the Stallions X. And
now stays back in the crease and maneuvers the ball. 2 sixes and a single. Makes it a very good over for the Stallion X against the ace bowler of the opposition team. Usman Tariq has been put away. Continuing with that story of Usman Khan. He was then called in to play for Pakistan, so he lost all his privileges that he was going to get from playing for UAE, and the journey that he took, the long route to qualify to play for UAE, the international cricket. He ended up playing for his country of birth. Still not out of contention. I don't think he's too far away from Pakistan's white ball plans. As the series against South Africa, the test series starting tomorrow, but the white ball series will start towards the back end of the month, and more white ball cricket for Pakistan, and Usman hoping to be a part of that. Usman Khan, that is.
yeah, busy life of cricketer these days. Hardly any window to rest. This over's gone for 13 so far from Tariq. Yeah, he completes it pretty well with a couple of dot balls, but perhaps enough damage has been done. 14 gone, it's 106 for 3. So a couple of semi-finals today. Clarion Eagles and Stallion X here, and then later on coming up Atlanta Fire, they'll come up against the King's Men. That game is at 2:30 p.m. and folks, if you want to catch up on all the scores, you can go to PVCC Cricket Clubs, and you've got, that's the tournament scoring page, and you can catch up on all the scoring, all the past games, all the fixtures, and certainly games to come. 𝗵𝗵 Singh will finish up here. Shah Faisal, 3 overs, no made, none for 18. He'll be done here.
You're talking about that 160, the possibility of 160 with 6 overs to go is quite real, and anything less than that, Stallions will be disappointed. In fact, they might have raised the bar the way Usman is batting to aim for that 180 now, with wickets in hand and plenty of good batters in the shed.
Yeah, chasing one outside the off stump. 𝗵𝗵 starts with a wide.
𝗵𝗵 is a wily campaigner as well, so as strong as Usman is against spin and unconventional, that will be a good challenge. Really good battle to watch between these two.
Yeah, cut away into the offside. Beats the man, Usman Tariq. And it looks like it has. We'll have to wait and see. Gone away for 4. So dabbing into the offside. Good looking shot from Usman Khan. And he picks up another boundary.
Usman Tariq definitely not one of the quicker movers. That was timed beautifully. The outfield also has picked up the pace over the course of the tournament. And Usman's happy win continues. He's found a very good momentum to his innings in the last 15 minutes or so. Good news for Stallions.
Yes, Shah Faisal, we saw him getting just 6 short of a century. Only 1 century in the tournament so far. We've seen 2 hat-tricks, by the way. And we talked about 𝗂𝗧𝗏𝗂𝗪 when next he plays. We'll have to keep an eye on that. So 6 off this over so far from Harmeet Singh. Yeah, worked into the onside. We've seen Tajinder Singh and Usman Khan putting up something so far. 31-run partnership.
He's stitching together another useful partnership after the one for the 3rd wicket. They had a good one for the 2nd wicket as well. So the momentum continuing because of those little partnerships.
Yeah, cut away into the offside. A long chase here for the fielder. And that has gone away for another boundary. 2 boundaries off this over. And that's another good-looking shot from Usman Khan.
That's the versatility of Usman. He put away a cut shot earlier, and that was quite wide with the sweeper in place. But he delayed his shot, played away from the sweeper. Sweeper was pretty straight, and it went squarer. That is great batting. Now running hard, but Harmeet will get to the ball before they think of the 2nd. And will bring us, no, just one more ball to go. 118 now for 3. The platform is set for the Stallions. 2 very strong teams going at each other. This is setting up to be a very good contest. And I don't think it's going to be a low-scoring one by the looks of it.
Saw an over that went for 13 previous to this one. This one now has gone for 13. And so 2 big overs here for the Stallions X. 15 gone, it's 119 for the loss of 3. So 15 gone, it's 119 for 3. Najaf Shah has been reintroduced into the attack, and in comes Brian Walters.
But the only thing that I've had in common with Najaf Shah is that we're both left-handed, Lenny. So the comparisons begin and end right there. Tall left arm quick, looking to bowl to Tajinder Singh. It's going to be interesting to see Usman Khan's approach the rest of the way in these last 5 overs. 62 from 37, very belligerent innings from him. He'll be looking to accelerate toward the finish line here as you get toward the last 5 overs of this innings.
And the projection certainly on course here for definitely 150. Question is, how much beyond 150 can the Stallion X put this score?
Talked about projections, Lenny. Current scoring rate, 7.91. Project that forward, you looking at 158. It would feel, based on this platform, a couple of decent partnerships, 45 for the 2nd, 31 for the 3rd, and already unbeaten 38 for the 4th. With this sort of platform, you'd want to aim for at least 175. You'd think 175. Maybe that's a little stretching it, but 10 and over gets you to 168, 11 and over gets you to 173. If Usman Khan stays there, then that could potentially be where you end up.
Caught away, a slashing shot through the offside and gone away for 4.
He hammers this. Just a little bit of width. Najaf Shah wanting to be a little bit closer to off stump, and Usman Khan will be very fearsome on anything that is too loose, just a little too wide. And watch this replay. Oh, didn't quite see it there, but to me, that was just a little bit outside the line of off stump, and he helps himself to 4 runs.
So with pace on the ball, lovely shot again. We've seen, and we've talked about Usman Khan. He's got into the 90s. And another big knock for him. Najaf Shah continues to the offside. Sanjay Krishnamurti and Brian Walters. We were on comm when we saw the very first ball. He came out, was off Najaf Shah. And they took him out of the park. He hasn't looked back since.
It's a very belligerent innings, as I mentioned, 67 from 39. So that is going great guns. I don't know that there's any way that you can ask for anything better than that, particularly when he came in at the fall of the first wicket. It's been belligerent from the very first ball.
Yeah, we talked about the last couple of overs have gone for 26. The last 2 overs, we saw one from Harmeet Singh and one from Usman Tariq. Najaf Shah has bowled one that has gone for 7. Still a couple of balls remaining. Usman Khan, the man in strike, and he's really played some lovely shots. 6 4s and 4 6s so far. Into the offside. Fielder will come around. Looks like Stephen Wigg, and keeps it to only 1.
Good work from Stephen Wigg in the deep. The advantage for him is that he's left-handed. That ball is to his left. So if it were a right-hander running to their left, trying to pick that ball up in the deep, you could potentially look for a second run there. But Stephen Wigg going to his strong side, that becomes a more difficult decision for the runners to make to try to go for that second run. So good over here underway, even though he had that boundary, just 4 singles otherwise. Last ball coming up.
Yeah, will have to be rebowled. And that over that's gone for 9 comes on the heels of 2 expensive over from the Clarion Eagles. Yeah, that's the man in the house, Sir Clive, Brian Walters.
Lenny, we are in the presence of greatness.
Yeah.
Hopefully we'll be able to get Sir Clive on the air with us sometime in the next several overs or either this game or the following game. No question that that's something really, really brilliant for us to be able to experience right here at the 𝗵𝗃𝗃 Sports Complex.
So again, a couple of wides from Najaf Shah.
Well, you see what he's trying to do, trying to keep the ball away from the power stroke on the leg side. I don't know that it needs to be that wide where he's aiming for just inside the wide line. And remember, the hit to the leg side from here is the larger side of the ground. It'll be about 71 yards to the mid-wicket boundary. For me, I'd want to keep it certainly wide of off stump to make him drag it from out there, but it doesn't have to be all the way to where he's threatening the wide line on the offside.
And we've seen a couple of slices already gone. So final ball. Straight down the ground. Sanjay Krishnamurti gets in front of the other fielder. And look at that, they come back for a couple of runs. I'm pretty sure that the umpire will have a look at this one.
Sanjay Krishnamurti is a brilliant athlete, and to the point I just made, he's running to his right. He's a left-hander, but somehow manages to orient himself around for that big throw. And the umpires are certainly going to go upstairs. Lenny will take a look along with the umpires. So Lenny, while we're not talking about the play itself, we're allowing the umpire to make that decision. But aggressive running between these two going back towards the end of the innings now. So you're down to the last 24 balls, regardless of what the decision on this is. And a typically aggressive partnership building. Again, this partnership now worth either 48 or 49, depending on the results of the umpire's decision. And in my mind, Lenny, it's going to be, regardless of what happens here, it's going to be a race to the finish as we get through the remaining 24 balls.
And the fact is, Brian, it will be 𝗬𝗎 Khan in trouble. 𝗬𝗎 Khan's end.
And I'll tell you that once again, we preface everything by saying regardless of the outcome of this decision here, and the technology people are doing what they do to try to get the best view for the umpires, I don't know that I would have wanted 𝗬𝗎 Khan to be going back for that second run, because this is the last ball of the over. See, he could potentially have been thinking, okay, I need to get on strike for the next over. That's what he was thinking. But 𝗏𝗃𝗀 Singh is a batter of repute. He knows what he's doing. And my sense would be that that decision is one that could potentially have resulted in a wicket. We'll see exactly what the decision made here is, but you're looking at the back end of an innings that, in my mind, is going to be very tricky. In the meantime, Lenny, a big match coming up this afternoon. The Kingsmen against the home team, Atlanta Fire. Boy, that just feels like a final, doesn't it?
Yeah, the Fire's played unbeaten so far, so I think we're going to wait for the umpires. So a couple of runs. So safe. 131 at the end of 3, 16 gone. So Stephen Wigg will continue Brian Walters. We've seen another tall over here for the Stallions X, and we come down to the last 4.
Last 4, first of which will be bowled by Stephen Wigg. So in theory, Lenny, you could go Najaf Shah, Abhimanyu Lamba, Stephen Wigg the rest of the way.
Yeah, we've seen Harmeet Singh done 4 overs, no man, done for 31. And also Usman Tariq, 4 overs, no man, none for 31. So Stephen Wigg, left arm pacer, will come into bowl to, looks like Usman Khan on strike. So Usman Khan. Oh, down into the leg side, over the shoulder, and outstretched hand of Najaf Shah, and gone away for 4.
Lenny, the 25-year-old version of Najaf Shah probably gets that one. A little bit to his left. He's a left-hander, so it's to his strong side. I suspect that the younger version of him would have left his feet, that maybe missed his hand, outstretched left hand by maybe a foot. So the margin of, let's call it the margin of error, relatively small, but ultimately 4 runs.
So we've seen 7 4s of the bat of Usman Khan, Brian, coupled with 4 6s. And we come down to 22 left here now, 22 balls, 5 in the over so far. So a big start for the Stallion X in this over. We've seen a boundary already. Tajinder Singh comes into strike, and we talked about 2 big partnership, 154 in effect here, still undefeated. And earlier on, Brian, we saw a 45-run partnership involving Usman Khan and Cheyenne.
Well, all of the partnerships, all of the big partnerships have involved Usman Khan. The first wicket partnership was only 6. So the second wicket partnership of 45, third wicket partnership of 31, and the current ongoing partnership 54, all featuring heavily Usman Khan. You mentioned that he has 7 fours and 4 sixes. Well, the team has 9 fours and 5 sixes. So much of the damage, in fact, the vast majority of the damage is being done off of the bat of Usman Khan, which is why I suggested earlier that if he's able to bat all the way through, then something along the lines of 170, 180 is not out of the question. As of right now, 10 and over gets you to 173. If Usman Khan stays there, 10 and over is more than possible.
So a bit of hold up, a little bit of treatment for 𝗃𝗃𝗃 Singh along the way, and so we're back with cricket. Here is Stephen Wigg. Pulled into the onside and gone for 6.
Look at that. 𝗃𝗃𝗃 Singh joining in on the fun. I think on this replay you will see that this ball is just a touch too straight. No, I take that back. 𝗃𝗃𝗃 Singh walks across to the offside and he makes it into a straight ball by moving over on the offside, getting it on his pads, and then drilling it well over the boundary at square leg.
So a couple of wickets for Stephen Wigg coming into this game. Picked up 1 already. Picked up the wicket of Shayan Jahangir. We saw a brilliant catch from Pranav Chattopadhyay. Had inches to work with. This over's gone for 11 so far. 𝗃𝗃𝗃 into the long side. And he gets a single-handed strike over to Usman Khan.
Single down to Mohammad Mohsin. I am surprised that we have not seen Mohammad Mohsin today. You have the mystery spinner, Usman Tariq, but Mohammad Mohsin is a mystery spinner of himself, or by himself. He's able to turn the ball both directions, quick off break, leg breaks rather, quick googlies. He tends to be the type of batter who would or the type of bowler rather, who would trouble 2 power hitting left or right-handed batters. I'm curious why he's not yet bowled.
So another wide deliver here by Stallions X. Extra's gone up to 7 now. We've seen 1 leg by Brian. We've seen 6 wides. Saw in the last over from Najaf Shah had problems closing out that over. Now Stephen Wigg delivers 1, 13 in this over. Another big over here for Stallions X. Yeah, slice into the offside, easy single. We talked about this partnership, it's gone quite big. Look at that, 64 runs, in fact, 63. Well, they've got me deciding what to put on here in the end.
That is about the most exciting single that you'll ever see, Lenny. On 4 different occasions, he could have had an overthrow. And on 4 different occasions, the batters turned the opportunity down for that additional run. They say don't ever run on a misfield. You saw about 4 straight misfields there, but the batters all making sure that they kept that maxim to its reality.
𝗃𝗃𝗃 over the offside. And the question is how many? Gone for 4. A lovely strike into the offside, and that's a classy looking shot again.
I like the fact that he gets down low. Look how low he gets when he plays the shot. There, reaches down, scoops that ball over the top of the man at cover inside the circle, and it goes away, just piercing that big gap between deep extra cover and long off. That is for number 10 of the day, end of the over, a big over. 18 runs come from it. The score is 149 for 3. Replay telling the story, Lenny 𝗃𝗃𝗃 Singh just getting really down low to create the leverage to get under that ball and helping himself to 4 runs. He is now very aggressive, by the way. Let's pay attention to that because both of these batters striking it above 100. Usman Khan, strike rate 172. 𝗃𝗃𝗃 Singh, strike rate 160. So running through the tape, as they say in track, right here at the end of over number 17, starting over number 18.
So Lamba comes in. Immediately, they'll pick up a couple of runs. So the runs continue to come. It's 150 on the board.
150 on the board indeed. So you're looking to see how you can accelerate through the back end. Lenny, the last 5 overs 13 through 17 went for 66 runs. So that's, to me, translating to 13 and over. You can do that quick math. And I'll tell you that if this continues, then something along the lines of 185, 190 is definitely on the cards.
Yeah, the last 6 overs, they've gone for an average of 12 runs and over, Brian. And so far, this over's gone for 3. So the flow of runs, no one has been able to come up with an answer. And you get the feeling, Brian, with so much wickets in hand, it's going to be a license to even go further and more aggressive against Clarion Eagles.
Well, you would have to, wouldn't you? This is obviously semi-final. You want runs on the board, having been sent into bat to put the pressure on the bowling side.
Oh. Massive strike from 𝗃𝗍𝗃 Singh. Gone long, gone far, gone for 6.
As a reminder, this is the big side of the field, 71 yards to the boundary. So that, to me, looks like about a 75-yard hit, Lenny. Once again, this one definitely too straight onto his pads, and he helps himself handsome, high, over the top of mid-wicket for 6.
There we are. We talk about this big partnership. 76 so far. Usman Khan and 𝗃𝗍𝗃, they've been here for some time. And here is 𝗏𝗲. Cut away into the offside and gone for another boundary. This time gone for 4.
Not looking to play it that fine, Lenny. I think he was trying to play that square over point or maybe over cover. Gets a genuine top edge. So a lot of pace on that delivery from Emmanuel Lamba. But with Usman Tariq at short third inside the circle, that certainly would yield you runs behind in that area of the field. And so they are absolutely sprinting here. Partnership worth 80. This partnership alone has almost doubled the output of the entire innings.
Brian, I talked about the last 5 overs gone for an average of 12. We've seen a couple of overs with 13. We've seen one with 14. This one has gone for 13 in just 4 balls. Into the onside. Fielder comes in. Looks like Saif Badar.
Yep.
And a bit of reprieve here for Lamba. He's gone for 14.
The ball skied in the air. Off the bat, I thought that might have had the legs to take it down to a catching opportunity for Saif Badar. Lands short of him, but we talked earlier about the fact that he has a really, really strong throwing arm. So you don't want to take him on and get an unnecessary run out. Partnership continues here, though.
So final ball, 14 already in this over. Here is Lamba. And then cut away into the offside. Wig does well to save another boundary, Brian. He saved 3 runs.
Absolutely saves 3 runs here. It's an expensive over, but it could have been worse. Look at Stephen Wiggs. Said again that he's a lefty, so he's running to his strong side there, and he does well. Look at this. Excellent camera work, by the way, to pick up that excellent piece of fielding by Stephen Wigg. End of over number 18. Last 2 coming up. They will be interesting. 164 for 3.
So Najaf Shah will come in to bowl the 19th. And he will finish up here, Brian Walters, 1 for 28 off his 3 overs.
Usman Khan has danger on his mind. Usman Khan will be hitting toward the smaller side of the ground if he chooses to go leg side, which means Najaf Shah has to keep this ball outside the line of off stump.
Into the offside. Get one, fielder does well. And hands the strike over to 𝗬𝗪𝗀 Singh. Some of the players are calling for something probably to be reviewed as fielder does well.
What I picked up from that delivery was Usman Tariq, who's standing at short fine leg, and the fielder himself in the deep, both applauding. So that tells me that they are happy with the delivery bowled by Najaf Shah. The plan would have to be to keep the ball outside the line of off stump. Maybe they're having a look to see whether or not this ball was, the fielder was on the boundary, or whether or not he touched the rope. So I think that's what the delay is about here, Lenny.
Yeah, I did hear that the camp, the Stallion X camp, had called it out. Yes, that's one of the good things. We brought on the review. And folks, these reviews are only for the umpires to have a look at certain calls. The line calls, or as in this case, the rope call.
The rope call. Saif Badar, the fielder, down at the boundary. At deep third. Interesting, you put Saif Badar in that area, in my mind, for his throwing arm, which means you're expecting the ball to go in that direction. You're certainly wanting to bowl wide, that any slashes that go to deep third. You have Saif Badar, who can throw to either end from that boundary rope. Really, really strong throwing arm. Said that a couple of times. And it's a defensive position. You're essentially conceding one, and you're trying to not concede any more than that.
Yeah, Brian, you look at Saif Badar here on the other side. We've got two other players who get around pretty quickly: Stephen Wigg, Sanjay Krishnamurti.
Well, signal 4, Lenny. So Saif Badar, I thought, got close to the rope. Umpires deciding, make that the TV umpire, this 𝗬𝗺𝗽𝗍 today, deciding that that foot from Saif Badar going, in fact, touching the rope. So instead of a single, it is a 4 to start over number 19, Lenny.
And the fact is, Brian Walters, we talked about it was the Stallion X camp that was calling out that Saif Badar had touched the rope, and they were right in that vicinity, so might have been credible. Although sometimes
well, there's the difference between credible and objective. They're certainly not objective, but if it's right there in front of them, then you certainly have to take it into consideration as an umpire.
I know back in local cricket that we play in New York, Brian, this is how it goes. The fielders will indicate to the umpire whether the ball has crossed the fence or not, but you know what happens. When you're fielding, nothing goes for 4, but when the other team does that to you. Smashed into the offside, easy catch, straight down the fielder's throat. And so the big innings from Usman Khan, in fact, 𝗬𝗪𝗀 has come to an end. Another wicket falls.
Yeah, full toss, struck well, but directly to the fielder at long off. Straightforward catch. I believe that's Pranav Chettipalayam down there at long off. Look at this again. Very full, essentially a low full toss, and a pretty straightforward catch. No, my apologies. That's Abhimanyu Lamba who completed that catch. So a good catch in the deep. You have to take them when they come to you, and under these circumstances, anything that slows down the momentum of the side will be to your advantage. Last 9 balls coming up, but you needed to break that partnership. That partnership was worth all of 87 runs, Lenny, so it was a big one. 169 for 4.
So 𝗬𝗪𝗀 Singh is gone. Najaf Shah has picked up his 2nd wicket. A new man comes to the middle there, Brian Walters, as we come down to 9 balls remaining. This over's gone pretty well for Najaf Shah and Clarion Eagles. Straight away, he gets to work. Hands the strike over to Usman Khan.
That, to me, is the big issue. You want Usman Khan on strike. You want the man who has 83 from 48, 8 fours and 4 sixes to be the one batting. The batter, by the way, the new batter is Asif Mahmood. Immediately getting off the mark. And Najaf Shah, I think, conceding a single, probably you revert to that other plan that we saw earlier, bowling wide to Usman Khan, making sure that he can't go over that shorter leg side.
So pulled into the onside. We talked about some of the better fielders. Sanjay Krishnamurti runs around. We talked about 𝗧𝗦𝗽𝗲𝗃, Stephen Wigg. And Sanjay Krishnamurti, they're live wires in the field, Brian.
Absolutely. And so, see where this ball is dragged from. Trying to drag it to the shorter side because it's a shorter hit for 6, but you're trying to drag it from all the way outside the line of off stump. So Najaf Shah, I think, is executing the plan according to the way that he'd want it here. Don't want anything too straight. And then the bonus is that you get a single and you get Usman Khan off of strike.
So final ball in this over. The way things have gone, this has really gone well for Najaf Shah. It comes to an end, 19 gone, 171 for 4. So we come down to the final over. And as expected, Brian Walters, the ball has been thrown to Stephen Wigg. 5 bowlers been used by the Clarion Eagles, and 5 times 4, that's 20. He has one more, and that will close out the innings here for the X.
So yeah, you obviously have painted yourself into a corner if you go into this deep in the innings not having introduced a bowler. You wouldn't introduce, for example, a Mohammed Mohsin in this case. So you're limited to the 5 bowlers, and Stephen Wigg will be the bowler who bowls the last over. 35 runs from his 3 overs, so it's been a little bit more expensive than he would have liked.
Usman Khan gets a short ball, hammers it out of the playing area, and that's gone for a maximum to start the 20th over.
Baseball swing. Look at this. This ends up over the wall at deep, let's call it left center field. That is an absolute brilliant strike. With you being in this stage of the innings, you don't expect anything other than full aggression. You've seen aggression all day from Usman Khan, and he continues it here into the 90s now. 90 from 50, 8 fours and now 5 sixes.
Now we talked about Usman Khan has been here before. Oh, look at that. Squeezed it into the offside, backward point, and it goes away for another boundary. He goes up to 94.
I like this length better. The line for me is just a little bit too wide. And no deep point, no deep backward point, similar to where 𝗧𝗦𝗽𝗲𝗃 was fielding at the other end. So once this ball gets between those 2 fielders in the ring, always going to run away down the hill. The grass, to me, Lenny, today seems to be a little bit faster than in previous days. And here it goes away for 4.
Yeah, Brian, a spell of dry days. Here is Stephen Wigg. Into the offside. A long run here for Sanjay Krishnamurti. He will get to the ball. And couple more runs here for Usman Khan. He gets his highest individual score of this series. He goes up to 96.
So 6-4-2, 96. I don't think he has his 100 on his mind. I think what he has in mind here is just clearing the ropes on these last 3 deliveries. And yes, if the side benefit of that would be 100, but I think the bigger issue is that he's just looking to go big here.
Straight down the ground and straight down the throat of the fielder who had to run a bit. And a big innings of 96 comes to an end. Usman Khan falls 183 for 5, Brian. But what a knock we have seen from Usman Khan.
Brilliant knock from Usman Khan. Also, a really smart catch by Mukhtar Ahmed, running around to his right and really soft hands. Look at the very end of this, how he takes this. Look how soft his hands are. And it's always difficult, Lenny, when you're running laterally to catch the ball. Essentially, you stand a better chance of catching it if you're still. Running presents in a difficult position, but he does really well to make that catch. But take nothing away from the innings played here by Usman Khan. Brilliant innings, absolutely blasting from the first ball. Falls just short of his century. Strong position for his team here, though. 183 for 4 with 2 balls remaining.
The fact is,
For
Brian,
5, my apologies.
the fact is, Brian Hassan Mohsin comes to the middle. Stallion X has now, well, in fact, their highest score has been 197, so in between 176, somewhere along the line. Into the onside. Fielder comes around. He was more concerned in saving 6 than taking the catch. Well done.
Saif Badar. Okay, look at that throw. This is what I was talking about. That throw goes from long on all the way to the keeper's end. So you essentially are looking to keep the ball inside. Look at this. That's an excellent piece of fielding. Saves 2 runs from me. I make that really saves 5 runs because they only got a single. And you're not going to run on his arm. So brilliant fielding in the deep from Saif Badar.
So final ball. Asif Mahmood on strike. Here is Stephen Wigg. Oh, he gets it pass, and it goes away to end D20 over with a 4. It's 188, Brian.
188. Did they accelerate beautifully? 69 runs come from the last 5. This one, fortuitous, did not mean it to go there, but it takes the edge, runs away down the hill for 4. Brilliant stuff. You know that Asif Mahmood is living a charmed life. He comes in, faces 3 deliveries, scores 5 runs to go along with the big runs from Usman Khan. And I tell you that you essentially have put yourself in a really strong position here, Lenny.
Yes, it is really a big score. We talked about in between 197 and 176 they posted at one time. And look at that, of course. The highlight of this batting card has been a fine knock, 4 short of 100 from Usman Khan, Brian Walters. Good batting from Tajinder Singh, who got 35. And at the top of the order, we saw the captain give them a very good start.
So 188 for 5 is where you end up. I believe that scorecard might be just a little bit inaccurate, but by our count here, Lenny, 188 is what you're looking at. And what a partnership. The partnership for the 4th wicket, 87 runs on that partnership. Most of it dominated by the man with 96 against his name. Maybe unlucky to fall short of his century, but I don't think that matters much to the the management of the batting side. I think that we'll see the bowlers, Lenny, didn't quite have the day in the ball or with the ball that they would have liked to have had.
Yeah, they've gone for quite a few. Couple of wickets for Najaf Shah, 2 for 35, but he's gone for almost 9 and over. And look at Stephen Wigg, while he picked up 2 wickets, Brian, he got a 50, and this time on the bowling end of conceding 50 runs. And so, folks, there you have it, 188, 189. And so that's what's happening here. So we've seen a really fine knock from Usman Khan. You talked about that big partnership, Brian, between Tajinder Singh. And that partnership has really come at a good time, and it came off 41 balls.
Really good partnership. 41 balls, 87 runs. That tells you that they were absolutely flying. And earlier I used the track term running through the tape. Scoring 69 runs in the last 5 overs, going around 14 and over, just short of 14 and over. The overall run rate for the innings is 9.4, so you know that they're flying along, and this is exactly the way you want to get through the end of an innings, Lenny. And again, we are in a semifinal. 189 runs in a semifinal is what you ended up with here. We were off by 1 run, the scorecard confirming 189, but here it's going to be a brilliant, brilliant effort. And in fact, I believe that we're going to go now to Shah Faisal, who is going to speak to somebody who has a whole lot of information to say. Shah Faisal.
Thank you very much, Brian Walters. I've got the man of the moment alongside me, Usman Khan, a blistering knock of 96. Very well played, Usman. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
You went in, first ball for the big six. What was going through your mind?
बस यही था कि कप्तान ने यही बोला हुआ था कि अगर विकेटें जल्दी गिरती हैं तो विकेट पे विकेट नहीं लूज़ करनी, तो मेरी कोशिश यही थी कि मैं जितना लंबा लेके जाऊं। तो एक टाइम पे ऐसे था कि हम लोग 6 की एवरेज से खेल रहे थे, लेकिन हम लोग का प्लान यही था कि विकेटें सेफ रखी हैं, तो विकेटें सेफ रखी है तो अल्लाह का शुक्र है 190 टारगेट हुआ है।
Or what's the key in T20 cricket? You're a century hitter. Once you go past 20-30, I know in this tournament you missed 2 by 4 runs and 6 runs earlier. But what's the key for that long innings in T20?
बस यही है कि जैसे मेरी शुरू से हैबिट है, जब मैं क्लब क्रिकेट खेलता था या डोमेस्टिक खेलता था तो मेरी कोशिश यही होती थी कि मैं विकेट पे स्टे करूं, और मेरे लिए पहला 50 करना थोड़ा मुश्किल होता है। तो लास्ट टाइम पे जब मेरा 50 हो जाता है तो फिर मेरी कोशिश होती है कि जितना मैं बॉलर के माइंड से खेल सकूं मैं वो करता हूं, तो अल्लाह का शुक्र है उसमें से सक्सेस मिलती है।
Conditions, you spend a lot of time in the middle. Do you think the total you got is enough for this wicket?
थोड़ा 200 होना चाहिए था, 200 होना चाहिए था, थोड़ा सा 10 रन कम है, तो इंशाल्लाह कोशिश करेंगे तो इनको चेज ना होने दें।
Usman, you played very well and congratulations, all the best.
Thank you, sir.
That's Usman Khan, and what he was saying that the key to playing long innings in T20 format is to just take it deep, and once you score 50, you have to reset and go for the other 50 as well. I know he missed out 100 here and in the previous group game by 4 and 6 runs respectively, but that's the key to his long innings. Was delighted, and he still thinks the team is short by about 10 runs and they want to make it up with their fielding and bowling effort. Over to you guys back in the com box.
Thank you, 𝗃𝗧. So a big knock from Usman Khan, and 𝗃𝗧 is right. Second time the 100 has escaped him. 189 posted by the Stallions ex Brian. And so essentially we're looking at almost 10 and over when it comes. To start with, Sharad Lama was cleaned up by Najaf Shah. Look at that. Usman Khan came in and straight away made such a big impression. 6 off his first ball. The 6s continue to come off his bat. This one into the offside. That went for 6. And look at that. This time Shahan Jahangir cashing in. And another massive 6.
Well, this one skied into the deep, and this is a wicket. Good catch, clean catch. A good piece of work down there by 𝗵𝗵𝗃𝗃. And then Shahan Jayasuriya gets cleaned up. Beautiful delivery from 𝗵𝗵𝗃𝗃.
And then we saw a lot of 6s. Look at this. 4 off the bat of the batters out in the middle. The boundaries never stop coming, Brian. Look at that. Then we saw another 4 through the offside. Look at this one, a more graceful shot, fast outfield. And that went away pretty quickly for 4. Let's talk about the 6s. They still keep coming. Usman Khan. This one out of the park. And look at that, at the introduction of Stephen Wigg. And this one ran away towards the boundary for 4. Tajinder batted well, but
well, he batted well, but let's see what happens here. Skied, and the ball stays in the air for a really long time, but a good, in fact, that went all the way for 6. But you see here, this is going to be the catch in the deep, and a pretty straightforward catch right there by 𝗵𝗵𝗃𝗃. And then down the ground again. 4 more, I think you see here, Lenny.
Yeah.
In fact, that goes all the way for 6.
On the way to a 90 from Usman Khan. Really struck the ball to all parts. We talked about a big partnership of 67 or 87, Brian. This
87.
one through the offside. And it went away for 4.
That is what you see here, the last ball. In fact, the wicket of the fielder. Great piece of work by Mukhtar Ahmed. And then this very last ball squeezed off the outside edge, running away down the hill for 4. 189 runs, Lenny, in a semifinal. Probably feels like over 200 in a group stages match. I believe that the Stallions X have their absolute brilliant work done. The Clarion Eagles have their work cut out for them. Join us for the restart at, I believe, in about another couple of minutes, Lenny. So we'll see whether or not the Clarion Eagles can claim their stake for the final, or will it be the Stallions X? Join us shortly.
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch the live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports.
Atlanta Fire. Star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and 𝗃𝗃𝗃 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch the live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports.
Hello and welcome back to 𝗃𝗃 Sports Complex. Beautiful sunny afternoon. Gorgeous Saturday and semi-final one. How beautifully it's been set up by this wonderful first innings by Stallions X. Fireworks from Usman Khan, 96. Shayan Jahangir also chipped in with 26, and Tejinder with that partnership with Usman, 35. And in the end, formidable 191 was achieved. Just the 10 extras. We are all in readiness for the run chase as well. We look around the field. Both the openers for the Clarion Eagles. They've made it to the middle. Also, Stallion X, they are in the field, and both the umpires, umpire Ishan closer to you on the screen and umpire Sandeep walking towards us, have taken their positions. And this is going to be exciting. Clarion Eagle boasts a very, very strong batting lineup, and with a semi-final and a berth in the final on the offing, I don't think they will be leaving anything behind. And that makes for exciting viewing. Quick little break for Brian Walters. He is settling in as well. He'll be joining me for the first 5 overs here of this innings, and the run chase. Power play, crucially important. The man with the ball in hand, Ehsan Adil, doesn't need any introduction on this circuit. He is absolutely phenomenal with his skill set. But this will be challenging as we see Pranav Kshetrapalli and Mukhtar Ahmed, two in form and two very, very good batters to deal with for Ehsan Adil. Welcome back, Brian Walters.
Oh, Shah Faisal, these are the days where you wake up and you're happy that you are, first of all, not about to bowl to two batters who know that they have to go get the runs. And then secondly, knowing that there's such an absolutely brilliant match underway. Ehsan Adil with his first ball.
It's very interesting to see the mid-innings interview where Usman Khan, who played fantastic, knocked 96, and still reckons they were 10-11 short.
That surprised me to hear. If they are 10-11 runs short, what are we in for here? As you have the tall, imposing figure of Ehsan Adil. Boy, he's a really difficult bowler to get off the square sometimes. You saw that first over that he bowled in the first match yesterday. Good pace and carry on this wicket. But you know, the batters know that there's no tomorrow. You have to go for the runs. And you can't just wait to see off any bowler who you might have trouble with. So they have to go after him here.
Inside edge, oh, lucky. And cannot go over the boundary. Not quite. Kshetrapalli got lucky on that occasion. Ehsan does get extra bounce, and Kshetrapalli was looking to cater for that. In the end, got his hand too high and got the bottom edge.
Well, you take the luck anytime you can get them. Pranav Kshetrapalli and Mukhtar Ahmed, both 1 and 2, or I should say 2 and 1 respectively, for the series or for the tournament. Pranav Kshetrapalli 104 runs, high score of 54. Mukhtar Ahmed, high score of 72. So you have the two at the top of the lineup to make inroads into this chase.
Flashing blade. Beautifully put away with an offer. And he absolutely climbed into that.
Intentionally, Shah Faisal getting under this one. Look how low he gets when he plays the shot there. Just sinking down, elevating it over backward point for the first 4. I think the first ball of the innings, or the second ball of the innings that went behind him. Nothing convincing about that. This shot, everything convincing about it.
Absolutely, those flex of the knees to get under. He's a tall boy, and he needed to do that to get under, and he did it. Great timing. So that is a good start. Come back and finish what we heard from Usman and make sense of that. No ball. No, no, no. You want to not make this kind of errors in this big game. Someone as experienced as Ehsan Adil. And now it's a free hit.
Experience. This replay will show us here. Shah Faisal, he always comes very, very close to overstepping. On his perfect delivery, there's about an inch that is behind the line. Great camera work there that shows that when that foot plants, he's about, I'd say, an inch and a half over. And he is very precise with his measurements. You'll see him measure his run up before the game starts. It's about 33 yards to be specific. Look where he's starting from, outside of the inner circle, but this is a free hit.
Shot and put away. Into the pitch delivery. And Kshetrapalli saw it early And no protection in the deep in the power play. That was a costly error from Ehsan Adil.
He went short, of course, with the no ball and subsequent free hit, the same batter being on strike. You are not allowed to change the field. It's interesting that after that 4, immediately Ehsan Adil sends the fielder 𝗂𝗚𝗃𝗃 back onto the ropes at deep third. So he wants a more defensive field. Interestingly, that fielder was inside the circle in the first place, but a much more defensive look to this field right now.
Of those inside edges. Shayan Jahangir couldn't pick up the ball on the first attempt. And a single will result. The 12th run in the first over. Try and come back and finish this before this over is done. President Usman Khan said they were 10 short. I think this pitch will be at its very best right now. Because it's been pretty warm. I know it's got breezy in the last 20 minutes or so. Pretty warm, and whatever little moisture was there has been evaporated. A late start. And from here on in, it may just get a bit slower when we go back to match number 2 and the second innings of that. So probably this is the best time to bat on this Paramveer pitch. And that can certainly be an advantage. That is what Akarshit Gomal thought when he won the toss and he put the opposition in. Got to close out the first over. It's 12 for none.
Sort of the people in the crowd over there, I saw, which is an opportunity for us to remind our viewers that if you can get to the Paramveer Sports Complex here in Rydal, Georgia, it is absolutely free to attend. See high-level cricket, high level as you will see from the bowler now coming from the north, 𝗂𝗃𝗵𝗃.
Can't talk about that. Exciting news is, a couple of exciting news. First, that Sir Clive Lloyd is in the house already. Great man has made it into the venue, and even more exciting news is that he'll be joining us in the comm box. Not too long from now, I think, around over number 5 or 6, he may just come in and we'll have a chat. This is in the air and taken. Brilliant catch. Tajinder Singh covering the ground and pulling out a full stretch dive and comes up with the ball.
Can you make the argument that this was a little bit too close to play that cut shot? The ball ballooning up in the air for Pranav Chetapaliyam, and that's a really stunning catch by Tajinder Singh. Not difficult in the sense that it was not struck very hard, but you have a lot of room to make up, and you dove forward, anticipated it well, and snatching it maybe 6 inches off the ground. So, boy, that is first blood, as you see another replay here, first blood in this innings falls to 𝗂𝗃𝗵𝗃.
See the celebration from Shayan Jahangir. It's one of the form men, Pranav Chetapaliyam. He's gone now. It's 12 for 1.
So, Chef, I saw you were saying about Sir Clive Lloyd.
Yes, sir, and he's in the house. Jason or one of our production crew could find a glimpse of him sitting in the hospitality tent. Great Sir Clive Lloyd, and he'll be coming in, joining us in the comm box. Very excited to chat to him. Obviously, growing up seen that great West Indian team led by the man himself.
Ready enough, fellas?
Larger than life and living legend, Sir Clive Lloyd. Up to that, Brian Walters. I'm sure you will have so many memories of Sir Clive. There you go, big man, son Tariq, winner of the league. Conversation, anything in particular that springs to your mind immediately about Sir Clive?
I left excuse me, Jamaica when I was 14, and so all my formative years growing up and learning cricket, for the most part, were when the West Indies team was at their dominance. And the one thing that stands out for me, yes, what he did and has done on the field speaks for itself, but the thing that for me is most prominent is that the most dominant figure, leader in the entire West Indies at that time, I'm not talking in cricket context, but just generally, the most dominant figure in the region was the captain of the West Indies cricket team. You go all the way back to Frank Worrell, or you come forward to Sir Garfield Sobers. Sir Clive Lloyd was the leader of the team and essentially the de facto leader of the entire West Indies community, not just in cricket circles. And I can't overstress that, because you have a lot of different islands, all, you know, have their own governments, they all have their own ways of life. But the one thing that unites us all is the sport of cricket. And playing cricket under the banner of the West Indies cricket team, when that team was the best team in the world, the most prominent person in the Caribbean at that time was Sir Clive Lloyd himself.
That is absolutely amazing, and such was his greatness on the field of cricket, that his impact, like you're telling us, it just spread way beyond cricket for the entire region, comprising of so many of those islands who enjoy their own entities, their own independence, but one man was considered as a leader, not just in sport, but just overall in life, larger than life character. Amazing. 𝗂𝗚-𝗪𝗀𝐻𝑖 starts off over number 3. Gosh, he really had to pull things back. He also got the wicket after that expensive first over. Bowling change immediately. Ehsan Adil only bowled 1 over. He was clutching at his knees a little bit at the end of that first over. I wonder if that was the reason for him not to bowl the second. Looking to go through the offside. It went in exactly the opposite direction.
Well, game time here. Required rate 9.9, so you have no time for hurt feelings, or you have no time for a bowler who's not at his best. So whether there's an injury that's prevented Ehsan Adil from bowling a very good over, or whether he was just expensive, the captain's role here in the semi-final is to get another bowler in. You cannot do much better than having a Ghulam Mudassar to bowl first change.
That's the luxury. Absolutely. 2 straight. I have to wait for the umpire's signal. Sandeep. He's still raising his hand. What is he asking for?
No, what he's saying is to the umpire, my apologies, I was a little bit too emphatic with that appeal. And I know you won't take me seriously if the ball is thudding into the thigh pad and you're begging for LBW from over the wicket. So, for me, that is just acknowledgement to umpire Sandeep Kundalekar. Like, that one is on me. I should not have appealed that vociferously.
It better be, because then umpire Sandeep will be thinking, next time he appeals, I'm not going to give any consideration.
That's exactly the point.
Good little spell here for the Stallion X after that first over. Harshit Gomel, who had a terrific year last year at the Atlanta Open. He's been a bit off color this year. Not denying his talent and ability. He's a wonderful player.
Well, to that point, 5 matches, 37 runs, but 34 of them I should have said 23 of them came in 1 innings. That's his high score. So the remaining 4 innings, he had 11 runs. So that certainly tells you that he's not had the best of tournaments with the bat, but, you know, Shafa saw the old statement, form is temporary, class is permanent.
He's helped it on its way.
I rest my case.
Right on cue, Brian Walters.
Even though, in fairness, this is at his hips from over the wicket, so that's a relatively easy delivery to get inside of. And once he gets it past EhimZ, that's going to run away for 4.
Yeah, wrong line. Fine leg up in the ring. Ghulam Mudassir once again will be the first to acknowledge. I think he did raise his hand in apology to his skipper this time.
Exactly.
Sorry, skipper. A bit closer, but still pitching way outside the leg stump. Couldn't find his radar, but the damage, only 5 runs through the over. 3 done, 24. 𝗂𝗃𝗵𝗃𝗃. Tar has just now played his 3rd delivery, and we're into the 4th over.
That's actually an amazing statistic. He's opened the batting, and he has faced 3 deliveries with 21 runs on the board.
𝗂𝗃𝗵𝗃 has already played 8. 𝗂𝗃𝗵𝗃 is a wily campaigner. Mentioned throughout this tournament that he has a pedigree, 126 first-class games under his belt, more than 140 white ball games, including the 50 over and 20 overs. The difficult overs inside the power play, and how well has he done it? It's again big players, they do raise themselves for the big games. He's had a pretty steady tournament throughout.
Steady tournament indeed. 5.53 runs and over. If everybody is on this team bowls at that economy rate, they win this easily. And so you're looking to restrict the big hitting Mukhtar Ahmed. And that's a beautiful delivery there going across him. That's why you have that slip fielder position. Double teapot, as he knows he got a good one there.
Yeah, not only restricting, but came so very close to sending him back. 𝗂𝗃𝗵𝗃 couldn't believe how did it miss the stumps. Mukhtar off strike. A nervy few overs after that first one from the Eagles. His 4 are completed, 23 for 1. Extra bounce. Probably went over the off stump. That's why 𝗂𝗃𝗵𝗃 just was about to wheel away in celebration and it beat Mukhtar. But then that's also a testament, the bounce that we saw to the wicket as well today. Last couple of days actually, Paramveer Sports Complex, really good wickets. See exciting T20 cricket.
Well, the last point that you made bears repeating. First over went for 12 runs. The next 3 have gone for 11. So that required rate is continuing to climb. I love the fact that Ghulam Mudassir did not appeal there for the same reason I said earlier. Number 1, this is bouncing over the top. Number 2, from that angle, it's pitching outside the line of leg stump.
Full of exuberance, Ghulam Mudassir. Sometimes a bit too much, and you don't want to get on the wrong side of the umpires with excessive appealing.
No, you don't.
Especially as obvious as the 2 that he did in the first over. Kept low. 𝗂𝗃 went over the top of it. Lucky enough that it kept low, but not low enough to hit the timber.
So you are being squeezed here, 𝗃𝗧𝗃. The Stallions X again taking away that first over that was expensive. In fact, including that first over, you're only scoring at the rate of 5.31 and over. So you're literally needing to double your scoring rate from here. Need to go 10.6 the rest of the way to win. And so you have some making up to do here.
Well, and if anyone can do it, 𝗂𝗃 can. This will bounce away, but not over the fence. Usman Khalid, the left arm spinner, picks up the ball. With 𝗂𝗃 though, I know he's got off to a slow start and a couple of near misses already. But the longer he stays in the middle, Clarion Eagles will think that he can make up, and he's more than capable of doing that. This is really important, 9 deliveries, because generally batters, if they want to take time at the beginning of the power play, these are the times that they want to make up for all the time lost earlier. So 9 deliveries, and action promises to be breathless.
Oh my goodness, yes.
If 𝗂𝗏-𝗂�57 were to slip from his wonderful lines and lengths to 𝗂𝗃, because he's really cramped him, not allowing him to free his arms.
So 2 balls remaining. Boy, just, yes, this pair wants to stay together and bat for a long time. But look at the batters to come. Sanjay Krishnamurthy, Saif Badar, Mohamed Mohsin. We have not even mentioned the international batter, Matthew Cross from Scotland. There is plenty of batting to come, and you're falling behind in terms of the requirement, but there's so much batting resources to come.
Take it. 𝗂𝗏-𝗂�57 had to duck for cover, although it didn't quite come off the middle of the bat from Akarshit Gomil, but a very timely boundary from the skipper.
Straight down the ground, always a safe shot to go straight down the ground, and as you mentioned, didn't quite necessarily time it as well as he can. Akarshit Gomil is a really strong driver of the ball. But that replay shows you that 𝗂𝗏-𝗂�57 needed to take evasive action to not eat a cricket ball.
These days, there's always been a fear of the way the batters strike the ball. Be wary as a bowler, or even the umpire may come back at the rate of knots towards you. 5 overs done, and it's a 30 for 1.
Over 10 runs and over. And look at that, smashed into the onside, gone a long way. And a big start to the 6th over from Mukhtar Ahmed.
Yeah, they needed it. Boundary came off the 5th delivery of the last over. Really pinned down from over number 2 to 5. And this is better now for Mukhtar. Slight hold up in play. Stallions X substitute ran on to the middle. Reeves has picked up, and Mukhtar is hitting into the wind from that direction. Kashif Bhatti. Shots to catch it. It bounces, and Ahsan Adil spins around it. Make sure it doesn't cross the fence. But the intent is very clear from Mukhtar.
Yeah, a couple of balls in this over. And he realizes that they need 10 runs and over. And that could only be achieved, 𝗁 𝗏𝗀𝗃, with at least one boundary in every over.
Beautifully swept away all along the carpet. Beautiful roll of the wrist, and the runs continue to flow off the bat of Mukhtar.
Yeah, we talked about the 10 run per over equation. And look at this one, swept into the leg side. And we've seen 12 in 3 balls here, 𝗁 𝗏𝗀𝗃. A very good start to over number 6.
Just holds back and pushes it. That is the kind of impact that Mukhtar can have on an innings. A slow start, but 12 coming off 3 deliveries in this over from Kashif. Kashif slows it down and bowls it wider outside of the off stump, asking Mukhtar to find different areas.
Fact is, he's really been the workload of the Stallions X, 𝗁 𝗏𝗀𝗃.
Mukhtar will pick up the single to close out over number 6. Power play done and dusted. 43 for 1 after 6. Welcome back. Nothing between the two teams at this stage. The Stallions were 44 for 1 after the power play, and now the Clarion Eagles are 43 for 1, Lenny.
So right on the button, we have seen a big over. 13 of the last one from Kashif Bhatti as Asif Mahmood comes into the attack.
Beautifully played. Sensational strike. Welcome to the bowling crease, Asif Mahmood.
Yeah, gorgeous looking 6 off the bat of Mukhtar Ahmed. And I made the point, 𝗁 𝗏𝗀𝗃, look at that, in the middle of the bat and gone straight. And I made the point that Mukhtar Ahmed will have to get a big one here today. And look at this, not a good start here from Asif Mahmood, gone for 6.
Just use of the feet as well from Mukhtar. Asif is not slow. Just came down and towards the middle and leg stump. Just gave himself that little bit of room, although the ball was quite wide, but then Mukhtar was still able to reach to it. Once again advancing down the pitch. This time Asif saw him coming. Quiet word around his ears as well. A long follow through from the tall fast bowler. Letting the batter know.
Yes, 𝗁 𝗏𝗀𝗃, always a competitive spirit exhibited out in the middle. And you look at Asif Mahmood, he has a top wicket taker in the tournament so far. He's up to 14. Usman Khadir is right beneath him on 13. And they both play in these games.
Shot picked up. Not far enough. Well, not the catch, but the boundary was saved. Usman Khalid. And umpire might want to have another look. But this is a very warm welcome from Mukhtar for Asif Mahmood, who's been prolific in this tournament. Like he said, the leading wicket taker, Asif has looked really good, in good rhythm.
And 𝗁 𝗏𝗀𝗃, second review we saw Saif Badar. Because of his action, may have saved 5 runs here on that occasion. We'll take a look.
took the catch, but he realized he cannot stay in the field of play. So the second best option is to save the boundary.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. We've seen this before, right in this game. And 𝗂𝗧𝗍𝗁, a lot of time, the fielders are so smart these days, realizing that, well, if I hold on to the ball, I'll catch it. It will be irrelevant because once I go over, that becomes 6. So it's either you wanted to go for 6 or you wanted to save 5 runs.
Yeah, like I said, the second best option is to just save the boundary. If you know for sure that your momentum is going to take you over the fence. The decision has been made, and just a single to the total, as 51 now reads the score, which means actually they did cross over for 2. So 2 runs added to the total, and 50 has been brought up. But the contest resumes between Asif and 𝗂𝗧𝗧. 𝗂𝗧𝗧 fell away from the shot. He got stuck in the pitch a little bit. Or was it an intentional slow delivery into the pitch from Asif?
So Asif Mahmood, he's gone for a massive 6 at the start.
Shouts out, catch it and gone! Ehsan Adil takes the catch. And sweet revenge for Asif Mahmood. No dance moves yet from the big fast bowler, but he's giving a send-off to 𝗂𝗧𝗧. And that is a big wicket. In fact, it's 𝗂𝗫𝗂𝗪 who's been dismissed. Still, there was words exchanged between Asif and 𝗂𝗪. The leading wicket taker of the tournament bags yet another one. It's 50 for 1. Caused the confusion because it was a single.
It was 1. I don't know why you put 3 at the wrong one. It's right through you.
That's good. What was it?
So Sanjay Krishnamurthy comes to the middle. We've seen the departure of 𝗂𝗪, Mukhtar Ahmed. Still not out, 50 on the board. And we've seen an over in which Asif Mahmood has picked up another wicket. And now he has gone up to 15 wickets in the series. We talked about just leading Usman Khadir with a couple of wickets. And a good start here to close over number 7. 7 gone, it's 52 for 2. Krishnamurthy comes to the middle.
$52 for 2. Asif made immediate impact with the ball as he's done so often in this tournament. A quiet knock for 𝗂𝗫𝗂𝗪, the skipper of Clarion Eagles. But the good news is 𝗂𝗧𝗧 is still there, and Sanjay Krishnamurthy. What a player he is.
Certainly 𝗂𝗧𝗧𝗧. Mukhtar Ahmed is going to be very key. Krishnamurthy on strike. New bowler Usman Khalid.
More left arm spin. really
Yes,
have
आठवां over
great
है.
admiration for Sanjay Krishnamurthy. Last 12 to 18 months, he's really played brilliantly, and we've seen glimpses of that in this tournament. His overall contribution, whether be it with the bat, ball, or field, wholehearted cricketer.
So could be leg by here. We talked and we looked about, and we realized 𝗂 𝗏𝗂𝗀, Krishnamurthy, and 𝗬𝗏𝗻𝗃 Ahmed just capable. But they're asking over 10 runs and over, stretching close to 11 runs, and that is because we've seen a big score put up here by the Stallions. Still some ways to go. Two left-arm spinner, Kashif Bhatti, and now Usman Khalid.
Shot and put away. You cannot get away with bowling like this to Sanjay Krishnamurthy. It's too short, too easy, and a maximum.
It's a lovely shot. Good execution from Sanjay Krishnamurthy. And that's what you got to do, 𝗂 𝗏𝗂𝗀. If you want to play on the back foot and you're looking for 10 runs and over, you've got to get the right foot across. The right foot has to cover the off stump, and you pounce on the ball and you hit them in that direction. A lovely strike from Sanjay Krishnamurthy.
Not as short as the last delivery. Extra zip. And grip there from the pitch. Sanjay Krishnamurthy has still gotten off to a good start now. 9 of just 5. Mukhtar has been on a roll. This is a crucial partnership.
Yeah, we talked about Mukhtar already. A couple of big scores in this tournament. 𝗂 𝗏𝗂𝗀 got a 49. We saw him getting a 72, but they'll need one of those. They'll need a 50 definitely from one of these batters out in the middle. We've seen the fall of Chatapaliam, and we've seen the fall of Gomel pretty cheaply.
That's a catch it. The wind will take it away from the fielder. Not as convincing as the previous 6, but nonetheless, second 6.
Yeah, a couple of sixes off the bat of Sanjay Krishnamurthy. We talked about how quick they'll need to score. And those are some quick scoring shots. 8 gone, 68 for 2.
Eight overs done. That required run rate that was hovering around 10 after 4 overs is still hasn't gone up any further. As Mukhtar knocks it into the gap for another run. That is also the key feature of Mukhtar. He's a big striker, but outside of power play, he prolongs his innings through those singles and strike rotation until he finds the ball in his area. He would be aided by Krishnamurthy's brilliant start.
Yeah, a couple of sixes from Krishnamurthy. Still asking 10, and I get a feeling 𝗂 𝗏𝗂𝗀 is going to be around 9-10 for a long time.
Shows those big shoulders, big tall fast bowler Asif Mahmood. Krishnamurthy was looking to help it on its way. There is a fielder at third. A low percentage shot. If he'd get a decent bat on it, Krishnamurthy.
Yeah, we talked about Asif Mahmood, top of the heap so far. He's picked up one, so he's gone up to 15. He's now 2 ahead of Usman Khadir, who plays later on.
Dead ball.
He'll have to do it again. If you look around the field, there is a fielder at point, and there is a sweeper either side of that point fielder, but over the head of that point fielder, there's a huge gap. There's a third man, and there is a deep cover. Both these sweepers apart by almost 60 yards. I make it. So So he had to get through or over that fielder at point. Mid-off is also up against Asif.
Dead ball.
I don't know if it's the run-up or he's just feeling something in his ankle. Yeah, I think he's called for the sub and handed the ball over to the umpire. Asif will take a break. That can be a big blow for Stallions if it is anything serious with the tall fast bowler.
𝗂𝗂 Faisal, we talked about he's been at the top of the heap in terms of wickets taken, and so this is going to be a little bit of concern here for the Stallions X. We talked about this partnership, Krishnamurti and Mukhtar Ahmed, is going to be critical here for the Clarion Eagles. They've lost a couple already. Pranav Chattopadhyay and Akash Gomel went for 11. And so play held up here, and folks, just want to let you know Atlanta Fire will play next. They'll take on the Kingsmen. That match, take a look at that. We saw Asif run a couple of times up Shaw Faisal. And certainly was not able to bowl, but he's done another trial run, and not with ball in hand this time.
When he handed the ball over to the umpire, I thought he was going off, but then he took some treatment and got the ball back from the umpire. He wants to continue. Hassan Mohsin offering some advice. He's never short of a word or two.
Yeah, the mind and the courage of cricketers, Shaw Faisal, they just want to play. And Asif Mahmood knows that if he can get through this over, maybe he can go off for a couple of overs, just make sure that he doesn't stay too long.
Just a single there for Krishnamurti. Asif got through this delivery. It's moving a bit gingerly still. He's looking to battle through this over. Here's the big man, the legend, Sir Clive Lloyd, accompanied by Hassan Tariq. And he'll be joining us pretty soon in the comm box. Mukhtar has got it through. He'll be able to come back for the second. The game evenly poised here, going into the back end of over number 9 with 2 balls to go. 71 for 2. Clarion Eagles are setting a platform with wickets in hand. They're still very much in the game, chasing down 190. Oh, how good is that? Picked up the length very quickly and absolutely smashed it in front of square on the onside. That is a shot of the highest order from Sanjay Krishnamurti. $75 for 2 now. Asif, who's been hampered by that injury, still has 1 ball to go. Still want to finish his over through, calling the fielder from third inside the ring and mid-off going back. Room on offer, but straight to the sweeper. Got lucky there. Asif Mahmood finishes the over with a single. 9 done. It's 76 for 2.
Asif is going out. Jersey number Asif going out. Jersey number 6.
And it's my extreme joy and pleasure and privilege to introduce to you guys that we have the great man, Sir Clive Lloyd, in the comm box with us. We truly very grateful and honored for his company, and even more so for his time to come over and talk to us. A very warm welcome, Sir Clive. A very good afternoon.
Cheers, good afternoon. Yes, it's great to be here. It's a very wonderful facility. You know, I can't remember ground with so much potential. You know, you can hold so many games here at one time. I think you're very lucky in this part of the world.
Truly grateful indeed, because this facility has come on in the last couple of years, and it boasts 6 fields and 6 turf pitches, which is obviously important for the growth of the game. The turf wickets, start of the fresh over. It went away from Shayan Jahangir. Probably they will come back for the second. So Sir Clive, growing up, our generation, we idealized the team that was led by you and the brand of cricket you played and the mark you left, not just on cricket, but overall society. I mean, it's just surreal that I'm sitting right next to you. But take us back to that times, and looking back at it, how do you feel now?
Yes, wonderful. I mean, the point is I never liked the phrase calypso cricketer, because it meant that you just had you flamboyant with any strength of character and so on. So I had to try and mold that team, who were pretty, some young cricketers who had never played Test cricket, and had to work with them. And it's the good thing is that we stayed together, and we learned everything together. And I was more or less the father figure, and we had one hiccup really during that period, well, 2 for that matter, when we were beaten by Australia 5-1 and then losing the World Cup in '83. But we came back from, stronger, really. You should learn by your mistakes, and we did. And it was just a privilege to be around those guys, to see their enthusiasm, the passion, So it was a great period for our cricket.
Let's watch Krishnamurthy in the meantime, having a lot of fun. A 6 followed by a boundary, and this run chase has gathered real momentum in the last 20 minutes or so. Obviously, if we talk over and over again about your reign and that period of cricket, but I know for a fact that you mentioned Calypso cricket and this brand of cricket you played and the celebrations that went on the field, people saw that. But like you rightly said, you guys were very, very hard workers as well. You had the discipline and the fitness culture that we see going to next levels today. I think you were one of the pioneers that you brought into that team.
Well, yes, I think the point is that we had a lot of help in that. When we played the 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃, and I asked for a trainer because guys were getting injured, and it's obvious that they probably weren't fit enough of such. Well, we weren't, because I think that they put another 4 years on my cricketing life. We had a very enthusiastic training fellow called Dennis Wade, and he was excellent, and he really kept us fit, and the fellas looked forward to it. It's not that they didn't want to do it. Those who didn't want to do it didn't stay long. But I thought that was one of the greatest parts of our cricketing supremacy.
Yeah, that Dennis Wade you mentioned, and he stayed with the West Indies cricket for a long, long time.
Yeah, he was there 20 odd years, I think. Because when I finished, he continued with Viv and to an extent Brian Lara and Courtney Walsh.
Like I said, I can talk about your era forever and ever. Just want to catch up on what are you up to these days? How are things? And
retired.
Well, that's why we get the privilege of having you and have the opportunity to sit alongside you. Great pleasure and honor.
Yeah, I still do things. I was involved in Ghana a couple of years ago. Then a hiatus occurred, change of government. Then the government returned. They asked me to run the academy, but I don't know where that is going at the moment. But it is 20 acres of land. It is as much as this here, and they will, you know, it will probably have all the facilities that an academy needs.
Yeah, that's wonderful. And here in America, cricket has grown significantly here in the last 5-6 years. Astonishing performance in the World Cup last year. And you've been keeping an eye on and off here as well. What's been your observations about cricket in this region?
Well, when I retired, I was here for a while with MLC, and we were trying to get things going. But now I think I've heard that the Saudis are now coming in here to try and see if they can promote cricket as much as they've done in other sports in England, really. So it could be a pretty good thing to get, you know, something that people can really latch on to. And here, this could be probably the hub of it, really, looking at it now, because there's some great potential here. If they can get the pitches done properly, this is, you know, smooth. It's not a bumpy ground as such. So it has potential.
The outfields here are pretty good, and more turf wickets have come along in the last 5-6 years, and that has also lifted the standard of cricket here. And the youngsters that have come through, that are coming through now, are more of solid techniques, and that's why with the pressure cricket they're getting, their temperaments are also getting better, and it's pretty evident.
And some of the pitches too in the States are drop-in pitches. So you now can have pitches that will be able to play properly, where the players can play their shots and enjoy their cricket and not having the ball turning to the juice to it. To me, this could be the perfect scenario for a excellent cricketing academy and other things.
Just filling in on the scores now. 95 for 2 into over number 11 in the company of Sir Great Clive Lloyd. This one is pushed into the gap and a dot ball. And how have you been in England? You've seen how cricket is structured over there. You've been around the world. How difficult it is for an associate country to promote and uplift the game, especially a country like United States, where its sporting calendar is absolutely full with very little room for a new sport.
Well, don't forget, I think you have great potential here for touring teams, for academies. You have traveling. If you have to travel extensively, you have the best facilities, some of the best airports. You have quite a lot of top-class companies, aircraft companies here. You have the facilities that you can have here, just marvelous. Food, you have no problems with that. You can get any food you want here. There, you know, and places to see. So if you come on Disney was offering us a marvelous playing surface. Because what they were saying, that you can come to Disney and watch some cricket, one-day stuff. And you had, you know, a couple of teams would have been invited at the time. And to me, it was an excellent situation, but never materialized.
Yeah, things, projects like these, I mean, they need a lot of support and a lot of consistency of planning and stuff. So that concludes over number 11. It's 96 for 2. And Sir Clive, we really appreciate you coming over, talking to us.
Pleasure.
It's a great honor to have you around. And Atlanta Open, I believe this is your first time here.
Yes.
Any
And I have family here.
Any message for the organizers, Hassan Tariq, who's the soul of this idea behind this Atlanta Open, and he works so hard, and he gives us the opportunity like this to meet legends. Any message for them?
Well, I'm glad I came because I didn't think we had such potential here. This could be the future for the USA cricket.
Well, that thought alone just fills our heart with excitement and hope. And once again, thanking you for your time. It was an absolute honor to have you in the Combox, and we'll still be delighted to have you around for the rest of the day as well in your hospitality tent. I'm sure you will enjoy the cricket, and you will see plenty of good cricket your way. So thank you very much for coming over.
Pleasure.
And it was an absolute delight.
Cheers.
There you have it, viewers. It's just absolutely surreal to be that he stays around and watches further action, and we also will hope that we'll catch up with him again and have his thought on this tournament in more detail. 97 for 2. The game is very much on here. This partnership between Sanjay Krishnamurthy and Mukhtar has propelled Hassan Mohsin with a bag of tricks, has been given the ball to make an impact. Mukhtar has taken a back seat, but Sanjay Krishnamurthy has been absolutely fabulous, and he's been able to keep up with the run rate, that required run rate that was around 10, around 4 over mark, hasn't gone anywhere, and it's still 10.53. Another single. Brian Walters has joined me in the comm box for his lunch and little break. Good afternoon, Brian.
Shah Faisal, if someone were to essentially wake you up right now and you realize that you're actually lying in bed at 7 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday, you would have said to your significant other, I have just had the best dream. Let me tell you about the dream that I just had. That was a dream that I was just on the air with one of the living legends in the world of cricket.
It hasn't really sunk in yet, to be honest. I don't know what I asked him. I don't know what he told me, because I was in awe of his company. So viewers, I do apologize if I mess it up, but it was surreal. Legends like Clive Lloyd, Sir Clive Lloyd. Wow. Let me just get off here after this over and recollect.
Sir Clive Lloyd it is. I will tell you that it is an honor to have the great man right here in Atlanta with us. And again, for those of you who can make it here tomorrow, he will be the chief guest of honor at the finals day. Today he's playing himself in today. He'll be going for his shots tomorrow, I believe.
I thought I bowled him gentle throwdowns today.
In the meantime, it is Hassan Mohsin. This is going to be catchable. And it is taken. That is a spectacular catch. What is the phrase? Shah Faisal, catches win matches. That is young Arya Kananta with the catch. That is the end of Mukhtar Ahmed.
That's a big moment in the game. Hassan Mohsin was brought on to make the impact. Slightly wider of that off stump, asking Mukhtar to drag it across. And found the thick inside half of the bat. Probably the lack of pace from Mohsin has done him. And what a catch from Kananta. The young man makes an important contribution.
Oh, how important is this? Arya Kananta, who usually is behind the stumps with the gloves, but equally adept in the field, as you can see here. The ball was dying as it got to him, but he absolutely did brilliantly to come along and take that catch. Arya Kananta making a name for himself, the young man who lives in Houston. And he essentially makes all of Houston proud with that catch. It is the kind of catch that, under many circumstances, can contribute heavily toward winning a match. As I said earlier, the phrase catches win matches is not just a phrase, it's an actuality. And I think that you've seen evidence here that if you hold on to the catches when they present themselves, then boy, you have the chance of putting your team in the position of being able to win. Now, end of 𝗵𝗺𝗻𝗵𝗃 had a good effort with the bat, 28, make that 36 from 28 balls, 2 4s and 2 6s. And now it is going to be 𝗧 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗃. You saw him in the field earlier. Talked about his throwing ability, but here he has a completely different assignment. That goes past the outside edge. They're going to steal what I believe is going to be a bye. Let's watch umpire 𝗬𝗏𝗡𝗅 here. In fact, no signal from umpire 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗡𝗅. So was that an edge, Lenny Achaibar?
It appears we wait for signals, and signals do tell us what happens in the middle. So 𝗧 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗃, even before he got going, Brian Walters have given him a chance.
Boy, that could be a really big miss there. In fairness, it was a thick edge, a thick enough edge that the ball deflected. You can see the replay on that side arm to downward and went off of the tip of the glove of the keeper. And so, an eventful over. An over in which one wicket falls, and my goodness, that is the end of over number 12. The score is 103 for 3. So one over bowled by Hassan Mohsin goes for 12 runs, make that 7 runs. So at the end of 12, 103 for 3. Lenny, we're very, very evenly poised here. They're scoring at the rate of 8.58. The required rate is 10.88. Ehsan Adil starting to bowl his 3rd over. And look at that lovely shot. Just opening the face, running it down to deep 3rd. A couple more runs to start over number 13.
Yes, Brian, we talked about how good Krishnamurti has been in the last couple of years. He will have to play a big knock. We saw a big one from Usman Khan. And he will need to get a big knock at 80 and 90, perhaps 100. At a time in which they're asking at about 11 and over, 10.7 to be exact. 𝗧 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗃 has come out and saw him face the ball, waited for the signal from the umpire. None came, and so he might have given a chance. But all eyes on Krishnamurti.
Wrapped on the pad. Should be, I believe, a leg by. In fact, that might have been an inside edge because no signal from umpire Sandeep Gundalekar. So certainly an inside edge. And you probably knew that that was the case because Ehsan Adil started to go up for the appeal and then withdrew the appeal. So he himself realized that there was an edge on that ball.
So we come down to 46 balls, still asking him a couple of runs per ball, 84 needed. And so Brian, straight away, you know the pressure is on. Clarion Eagles, the winner here, will go into the all-important final tomorrow. Got another game, the Atlanta Fire, they'll come up against the Kingsmen. And this one still hanging in the balance.
Hanging in the balance is true. 𝗧 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗃 on strike, 1 from 1. A fortuitous one. Ehsan Adil wanting to make up for the expensive start to his day with the ball. What a great delivery that one is.
Yeah, when you've got a bowler that can bowl extremely fast, genuine pace here, and he gets the ball to move, and we've seen a deck that has really responded in the last couple of days. Look at that, batting out of his crease again. And we go back to what Shaw Faisal had said at the toss, how good the deck will play. We've seen a lot of dry weather in the last 3 or 4 days since this tournament started. Actually, there's only one day we had a few drizzle in the morning. Other than that, it's been dry conditions here in Rydal.
Sanjay Krishnamurti has been aggressive. 40 from 24. He will now be on strike. Lenny, the required rate is now north of 11, 11.32 to be exact. You don't want it to get to 12 and beyond. You have firepower. Sanjay Krishnamurti, brilliant batter. His partner Seth Badar just getting started, 2 from 3. You also have Mohammed Mohsin, who has never met a boundary he didn't try to cross. And then all these names we've said, we've not yet said Harmeet Singh, nor have we said Matthew Cross. So a tremendous amount of batting firepower. You don't want to have to go at 12 and over, but they have the power to be able to get to it.
It's a ball into the offside, and Brian, they'll have to contend with some couple of good left arm spin. We've seen Usman Khalid, we've seen Kashif Bhatti. They've really been good in the series. We saw earlier on Asif Mahmood might have been hampered slightly by I think it's the left foot that he got a little bit of treatment of. But other than that, this is what we're looking for in the next 43 balls.
Oh, how luscious is this? And this is only one of 2, Lenny. We are essentially in some version of cricket heaven. Clive Lloyd is about 10 yards to our left right now, so that should tell you what this is like. Last ball of the over, slashed away, but there's coverage out there. Arikananta himself, that's just going to be one run that completes over number 13. A brilliant one here from Ehsan Adil, just 5 runs coming from it. At the end of over number 5, make that over number 13. The score is 108-3. So Lenny, we've talked about partnerships. Big partnership for the 3rd wicket. It was worth 50 on the nose. Second wicket partnership was worth 39. So 89 added for the last 2 wickets. And this pair is working obviously just on the initial stages of their partnership. Now worth 7. To me, a lot depends on how Sanjay Krishnamurti goes from here. 41 from 26, 2 4s, 3 6s.
Yes, Brian, they're asking 2 runs per ball, so it's going to be tough. I talked about the spin option still available for Stallions X, so this is not going to be an easy chase. But Krishnamurti will have to bat very deep. You talked about the batting options still to come. So those are good plus. But they need 81 from 42.
Just just south of 2 runs off of every ball required. Don't want any wides though. You just had the first ball of over number 14 go for a wide from Hassan Mohsin.
Oh, nice, yeah.
Sanjay Krishnamurti had a ball there that I thought he might be able to drive, but just bunting it down the ground, if you will, for a single. So you have this pair. One is just come to the crease, Saf Badar, 2 from 3. Sanjay Krishnamurti is 42 from 27. What role would you see for each one of these batters the rest of the way, Lenny, or do they both need to accelerate from where they are now?
Well, Brian, one of the ways they'll definitely have to get up to almost 12 runs and over now is that you'll have to see boundaries. You'll have to see at least 1, maybe 2 better. You need one of those big overs that we always talk about in T20 cricket. Still a lot of batting to come, but we don't bank on that. You bank on Saif Badar and Krishnamurti out in the middle for the time being. But this is very good. This is going to be a strong reply if they cross the line. Still asking 2 runs per ball. Not an easy one.
Oh, that is close. That is clearance, in fact, given. I will tell you what, that is a big dismissal. Lenny, to the naked eye, it looks as though the bat was in the air when that direct hit happened at the non-striker's end.
There's going to be trouble here for the Clarion Eagles. Take a look. Krishnamurti backing up a little too much, looking to probably pinch a single. And look at that, he's nowhere in the frame. And so Krishnamurti is gone. It's 110 for 4.
So, Lenny, we are about, I'd estimate, 85 or so yards away from that. It actually looked close live. Looking at it on the replay, he was not even in the same frame. So that is a brilliant piece of fielding by Mohammed Mekdad Hassan Mohsin. And I will tell you, with these little elements that happen in these matches, a direct hit here, a spectacular catch there, these are the things that add up to victories in the semifinals as big as this one is.
Now you're asking, he was here, right? He takes some time to come.
So 110 for 4.
Just need the brush at white paint.
We're at 13.3, still asking 80 runs. Matthew Cross has just come to the crease, and a little bit of pitch work done by the curators. So it's going to get tough here on the Clarion Eagles. They've certainly lost Krishnamurti, one of their brightest prospects, the way he batted. And we talked about that big partnership between Krishnamurti and Mukhtar Ahmed, a half century for them.
Thank you, fella.
Akash Gomel and Mukhtar Ahmed was also involved in a meaningful partnership.
Thank you, guys.
But Brian coming down to the end here with the run rate, with the current required rate over 12 and over. Matthew Cross joins 𝗧 𝗏𝗃𝗃. You get the feeling that Stallion X is slightly ahead of this clash as we come down to 39 balls still remaining.
Well, when I asked you the question about what role would each batter have to play, and I'd certainly be interested in hearing your thoughts. I'll go further after this ball. The reason I'd asked you that question is that in my mind I'm thinking Sanjay Krishnamurti, more aggressive, he can be the one to essentially go in fifth gear, go out, all out, and then 𝗧 𝗏𝗏 can bat, essentially run a ball, keep things together. All the other batters to come would bat around him. But you lose the aggressor, or the more aggressive ones of those two, and that puts you in a position now where both batters are relatively new to the crease. 𝗧 𝗏𝗏 has only faced 6 balls. Matthew Cross about to face his first. And so the momentum that you'd be looking to build at this stage of the innings potentially can be lost.
Yeah, we'll have to see how Matthew Cross goes. Not a big season for him. In fact, his highest has been a couple of times he's batted Brian Walters 2 and a duck. But they will have to come down to 𝗧 𝗏𝗏. Mohammed Mohsin still yet to come. 𝗲𝗏 Singh, we know how quick they can score. But you look at the required rate, it's pushing up towards 13. This is not good for the Clarion Eagles at all.
There's no question that one of these two has to go right now, if not both. The next batter in you would think would either be Mohammed Mohsin or 𝗲𝗏 Singh. You have to think that they are a lot more aggressive. So essentially, if you don't start going now, you're essentially taking away high-scoring opportunities, or at least quick-scoring opportunities from your team. End of over number 14. The last 6 will be interesting. Lenny Achaibar.
Yeah, I thought Mohammed Mohsin should have come next. I just mentioned the Matthew Cross. Not a lot of batting opportunities in this side. And a couple of times that he has batted, not really big impression. So we'll have to wait and see how the management has decided that, well, Cross should come first. But still, Mohsin, we saw him last year. Such an outstanding batter. He got a lot of runs. In fact, off of the top of my head, I was wondering to think that, was he the MVP of the series or very close to something like that? But he was such an outstanding player last year. And we know he can bat.
That's exactly right. I was referred to a match that I covered in Dallas about 3 years ago now, where he scored 32 runs off of 1 over, off of some poor unsuspecting bowler. He can hit the ball a mile. Ghulam Budasa back into the attack. You might see Mohammed Mohsin earlier than we thought, because that is the end of 𝗧 𝗏𝗏. Top of middle, knocked back, 113 for 5.
Yeah, they're all match winners on the Stallion X's team. Ghulam Mudassar comes back here, and while we were talking about what the batting team needs to do to get up to 13 runs and over, Ghulam Mudassar drives another nail in the coffin here. And the 5th wicket of Clarion Eagles on the card. Look at this. We talked about Saif Badar giving a life off the first ball, but look at this. Bang on target, looking for runs. Not against 𝗂𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃.
Well, you have to go. 13 runs and over is difficult. 13 runs and over doesn't happen by accident. And somebody has to put their foot to the gas. If you have a Harmeet Singh and a Mohammad Mohsin in the shed, you're not being true to your own opportunities to win this match if you don't get them to the wicket as soon as possible. And if the longer they stay there, the more pressure builds up. You don't want them to have to come in chasing 16, 17 runs and over. So you essentially, Saif Badar had to play that shot that he played. Having been dismissed, it does bring Mohammad Mohsin to the crease. This, to me, Lenny, feels like a really, really pivotal part of the match. So 𝗂𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃 against Mohammad Mohsin, left arm quick versus left-handed power hitter. This is a delicious left-handed power hitter, one of the best in the world in the history of cricket, seated about 10 yards to the left, Sir Clive Lloyd. Mohammad Mohsin solidly in defense here.
Yeah, we've seen a really good firing bowling attack from the Stallions X. I talked about the two left-arm spin in Kashif Bhatti and Usman Khalid. Still will probably come with a couple of overs. But 𝗂𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃 has really taken out Saif Badar, so I get the feeling that he is going to be a key man here, and he's running in very quickly. He's bowling with steam.
Here is where I would make a counter argument. If Matthew Cross is dismissed and you have Mohammad Mohsin and Harmeet Singh at the crease at the same time, you can put away those two left-arm spinners. You won't see them the rest of the day. Because when the ball is turning into the left-handers, they can both hit the ball a mile, and you don't want to bowl left-arm spinners to batters who can hit the ball that far that are left-handed with the ball turning into them. Worked into the leg side here, just a single, but boy, that asking rate continues to climb here, Lenny.
Yeah, said it a couple of overs ago. It was always tough at 12, always tougher at 13, and now it's pushing up to 14. And so essentially, if this over doesn't go for 13, 14, Brian, it goes even further. Matthew Cross and Mohammad Mohsin out in the middle. Still Harmeet Singh, Stephen Wigg to come. But you've got to give credit to the Stallions X. They've really come in. They've picked up wickets. Saw some big knocks from Krishnamurti, and also we saw a big knock from Mukhtar.
Matthew Cross on behind the stumps earlier. Looks very compact, looks very skilled behind the wicket. Right now his work needs to be done in front of the wicket. Lenny, 14.5, make that 14.25 runs and over. It's do or die time. It is time for you to throw caution to the wind. Even if you end up throwing away your wicket, you're not just going to push the ball into the gaps and make 15 runs and over.
Yeah, Mudassar has really bowled well. 2.4, 1 for 12. And that tells you his workload during the course of this series, Brian. He's been one of the bowlers that have really come in and give them very good spell, along with Isa and Adil and the two left-arm spinner.
Look at this over underway. 15, well, this is the 15th over, 1 wicket, and essentially just 1 run having been scored from this over so far. But under the circumstances where the opposition needs to go after you, what a brilliant over this is by 𝗂𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃. This might be 2 here. I reckon Anta is after it. Easy 2. In fact, it will be, I can jog that second run. That is an absolutely top-class over from 𝗂𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃. 3 runs coming from it and the big wicket you saw earlier in the over. So that is the end of 15, 11645.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch the live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports.
Boy, last 5. And if you had a win predictor here, you would probably be thinking that it would be around 75-25 in favor of the Stallions ex Леня Чайбар.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough. Hassan Mohsin, he's really contributed well. And he's another bowler, picked up one already, picked up the wicket of Mukhtar Ahmed at the top of the order. Very important wicket when it fell. We come down, we talked about 15 runs and over, almost.
There goes Mohamed Mohsin. How much of this did he get? Not nearly enough. Boy, that feels like a body blow. Harmeet Singh walking out, but I will tell you, Леня Чайбар, that feels like about the end of the match.
Yeah, I talked about when they came out still looking for 10 and over from the start. So you've got to set your batting order in terms of the players who can give you 10 and over. Look at this, into the onside. The catching has been good from Stallions X. And that's the reason why the players posted on the deep, straight down his throat. And so another wicket falls, 6 down, 116 on the board.
Tajinder Singh it is, I believe, who took that catch. Here's what's important about that, Lenny. They're playing again on the westernmost ground, and that hit is toward the east. So that is a long hit. That's about a 72, 73-yard hit. And most importantly, Hassan Mohsin bowled a slower delivery. Took the pace off. That required Mohamed Mohsin to put the energy into the ball. With pace on, that ball probably clears Tajinder Singh in the deep. But Mohamed Mohsin had to be the one putting the energy, the impetus behind the ball. Not quite able to do it. And that puts you in the position where you've lost one of the 2 power hitters we've been talking about. The other power hitter we're talking about is now at the crease about to face. And the man at the non-strikers end, Matthew Cross, only has 3 from 4 balls against his name. Skied. Is this going to be taken? It feels like if the match is finished when the fat lady sings, she's starting to warm up.
Yeah, a couple of wickets here for Hassan Mohsin. And we talked about so much about hat-tricks. One still pending, but this one also pending. And you can't fault Harmeet Singh at a time in which they're looking for 14 plus and over. And that's the kind of shot he comes on. A tumbling catch by the fielder, and the 7th wicket goes down.
I will tell you, that is a great catch. And another piece of good bowling here by Hassan Mohsin. First of all, he bowls it wide. For the same reason that we said earlier, you want him to try to hit toward the big side, and you certainly want him to drag it toward the leg side, and it's also a pace-off delivery. All of those elements mean that essentially Harmeet Singh just pops it up in the air.
So Hassan Mohsin is on a hat-trick. And Brian, we've seen a couple of hat-tricks in the tournament already. And we've got one still pending, 𝗂 when he bowls. Big moment for him. But right now, Hassan Mohsin is on a hat-trick. As it looks like Lamba has come to the middle. We'll confirm that. No number on that jersey. Yep. Abhimanyu Lamba has come to the middle.
Let's see what field is set for the hat-trick ball here. Do you go more aggressive? There is a sweeper out on the offside. There is mid-wicket who is just inside the circle. That is Arya Kananta. Deep backward square leg in position. That is Usman Khalid. And long on and long off. So a relatively defensive field. Not necessarily looking for the hat-trick, but he hears the hat-trick ball. Solidly in defense, but boy, solidly in defense doesn't work in your favor here, Lenny.
Yeah, you get the feeling at the fall of Krishnamurti, and earlier on for Mukhtar Ahmed, it was always going to be tough here for the Clarion Eagles. This bowling attack is a very, very good one. They've played good cricket during the course of this tournament.
They're just jogging 2 here. It feels as though, I'm sorry, jogging 1. Feels almost as though they've put up the white flag, Lenny.
And Brian, while Hassan Mohsin has got to the top of his mark and I got a little bit of seconds to play with, we saw Sir Clive Lloyd in the box not too long ago with 𝗂𝗧. But here's a 13-member squad from the West Indies, all Sirs. And this is a strong lineup, Brian. When you hear these names, you'll probably want to put them in an order of a top international team. And here we go. Sir Andy Roberts, Sir Clyde Walcott, Sir Conrad Hunt, Sir Curtly Ambrose, Sir Everton Weekes, Sir Frank Worrell, Sir Garfield Sobers, Sir Gordon Greenidge, Sir Clive Lloyd, of course, we saw him, Sir Richie Richardson, Sir Vivian Richards, Sir Wesley Hall.
Of those names that you mentioned, there's a couple of them who are no longer with us. God rest their souls. Sir Frank Worrell left this planet the year before I was born, so I was never blessed to be able to share the planet with him. All those other names that you mentioned, Lenny, do our hearts proud. It feels like reminiscing about the days of yore from West Indies cricket. Might have a little bit more intrigue than what's going on the field of play here, because the Clarion Eagles are going to, it appears, fall short in their quest to get victory here. They need another 18.5 runs and over the rest of the way. Only 3 wickets in hand, 117 for 7. All of 73 runs to get. So 18 plus and over. 3 runs off of every ball the rest of the way. I can't hear anything at all. Did you turn all the way off? 𝗂𝗚-𝗽𝗪, good pace of delivery. And good ball here from 𝗂𝗚-𝗽𝗪 to start over number 17.
Look at that spell of pressure there from the Stallion X. Really capitulated that middle order after that partnership. Sanjay Krishnamurthy and Mukhtar, they kept the fight going. And I last left 2 down after 12 overs. They were well within the game. 𝗂𝗚-𝗽𝗪 goes past again. This is not easy at all. Lamba. One for 14 in the middle of the innings. 𝗂𝗚-𝗽𝗪 has pulled a wonderful spell. Hassan Mohsin of all people, the medium pace, but full of tricks. 3 wickets for him. Nicely flicked away. Bounces away for a boundary. Abhimanyu Lamba gets one to the fence. That is after quite a long time, that boundary. Time is running out. I think it's a bit late. Case of too little too late.
Too little too late. Certainly the phrase that comes to mind, Shah Faisal. You don't want to go down the leg side and you make him pay for it here, but my goodness, it becomes something that ultimately might make you fall short 𝗂𝗵𝗃𝗃. Oh, look at that slower delivery. How beautifully was that bowled. Took the pace all the way off. Abhimanyu Lamba plays a week too early. Wicket number 8.
Yeah, when you can bowl as quick as 𝗂𝗵𝗃𝗃, that slow delivery becomes really deceptive. And look at that. He was through the shot way early before the ball arrived. 𝗂𝗵𝗃𝗃 strikes again. He tried to delay his shot, to his credit, Lamba, but still the deception was far superior than the attempt to hold the shot back for a little longer. And 8 wickets are done now for the Clarion Eagles as their run chase has really nosedived spectacularly.
Yeah, it's just a matter of what the final margin of defeat is going to be for the Clarion Eagles. They will fall short. You're just down to the bowlers at this stage. What a brilliant effort with the ball here for Stallions X. This Clarion Eagles side is loaded. Look at them on paper. You know that they can bat long, they can bat deep, but a brilliant bowling effort here. And remember, they started off relatively expensively. The first over from Ehsan Adil cost 12 runs. But ever since then, really disciplined bowling. And now with 20 balls remaining in the innings, you're down to the last 2 wickets. Stephen Wigg, the man on strike. What a quick Yorker, just an outside edge, and it's going to go away for 4.
Yeah, that was quick and angling. Stephen Wigg was late on it, though it's the second boundary of the over, but pretty much inconsequential in terms of the eventual result of the match. But ironic is that after 12 overs, they were well within the hunt. And remember, Clarion Eagles, they are the champions, the defending champions. So they'll take their final bar today. It looks like it. And even a day off, the luxury of having a day off after finishing top of the group, they came, looks like, coming second best.
Loops in the air, agonizingly close. And in fact, they do not even bother to take a single because it means that will be Matthew Cross to open, or at least to take strike at the start of over number 18. If there is a minute amount of chance the rest of the way, Matthew Cross will have to play a blinder. End of 17, 125 for 8. Three overs coming up. Usman Khalid, 2 overs, none for 29. 𝗂𝗵𝗃𝗃 is done, 4 overs, none, or 2 for 22. And I believe this is going to be Usman Khalid himself who is going to bowl over number 18. It's all over but the shouting, Shah Faisal.
Absolutely. And for the most part, this was a very enjoyable game. Just the last exchanges in the last half an hour or so.
Top edge, it will clear, short, fine leg. It is Asif Mahmood, I believe, who's running back. Good piece of work. Ooh, came very close to the rope that time. I believe we're not going to bother pausing to look to see whether he touched the rope because it doesn't matter at this stage.
Yeah, we actually started half an hour late and then we had quite a few reviews.
Yes.
So, lagging a bit behind from schedule. Our match manager, 𝗏𝗃, is panicking a little bit, but I think everything will be all right. He'll really appreciate if those 2 wickets fall and save us the remaining 2.5 overs. Kashi Bhatti, Usman Khalid rather came close. It went over the top of the stumps.
Wow. Maximum of 16 deliveries left in this match. Quicker ball. Boy, if that line is just a little bit closer to the stumps, then we might be having a different conversation here.
Matthew Cross can play. There's no doubt about it. Good fortune of seeing him in Cayman Island a few months ago.
Should just be one, I believe. Hassan Mohsin.
Okay, thoughts will turn around to the best player of the match for this match, and batting wise, Usman Khan's contribution was immense. Hassan Mohsin's 3 wickets and the run out in the middle also sucked the life out of this run chase.
It's not often, Shah Faisal, that you have the situation where every dot ball makes the required rate go up. Also every single, also every double, also every 4. Every 4 from now makes the required rate increase. You're looking up at 27 runs and over the rest of the way. Swept around the corner. Hassan Mohsin is again the man who is being asked to do some work. Boy. All of the air has been taken out of the proverbial balloon. End of over number 18. In fact, they refused that last single to make sure that it is Matthew Cross, I believe, to remain on strike. End of 1-8. Score is 1-2-8.
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
Over number 19, Sky. This is going to clear Esanadil, I believe, and land in front of Arakanantha. 2 runs to the relatively insignificant target the rest of the way. Again, we're just waiting to see what the final margin of victory is going to be here. 130 for 8 with 11 balls left, Shah Faisal.
Yeah, Matthew Cross is trying to enjoy himself here in Rideout. But he's too wily, too canny. And I'm sure as cricketers, when they play so many pressure games, those last minutes where they know the result, they'll be enjoying every minute of it.
Reverse sweep. Past slip, running away down the hill. This thick outfield will, I think, hold the ball up. They get an easy 2. They, under no circumstances, will go for 3rd run. So, Shah Faisal, we are 9 deliveries away from this being done and dusted, so they say. And I think it's clear that the Stallions X will be one of the representatives in the finals.
In the second semi-final, attention goes to that one now. Atlanta Fire, the home team, will be taking on Kingsmen, the fancied side. How about that for a game?
Does that feel like a final? Does that feel like a final?
Of course, these two played a final, a big final, not too long ago. The Minor League Championship final was contested by these two. So a repeat of that here at the semi-final stage, though.
About 420 miles up, I believe I-85 in North Carolina is where that match took place. I had the pleasure of being able to be there at that match myself. End of over number 19, last 6 coming up, 133 for 8. The last rites about to be performed here. You're not going to win. Give Stephen Wigg some strike. Oh my goodness. He refuses a single off the first ball of over number 20. For what it's worth, the required rate is now 67. You're not going to win. Give the young man a strike. Top edge. This is going to be a catch. Easily taken. Good, solid catch by Asif Mahmood. And that is wicket number 9, Shah Faisal.
Matthew Cross, who hadn't had much of a bat in this tournament because of the strong batting lineup, wanted to enjoy every bit of it until he's been dismissed now. So even now, Stephen Big is still at the non-striker end. Beautifully bowled, though. Just holding it back a little bit. Didn't allow him to get underneath it. And Asif, those big hands, buckets, gobbles the ball. Matthew Cross is gone and 9 down for 133.
So you saw this man earlier with the ball. It's going to be Usman Tariq, who has a maximum of 4 deliveries. And something tells me that if they decide to treat this like a test match, go bat and pad close together to defend the last 4, there's a few people walking around whose minds will explode on the spot.
Despite the presence of great Sir Clive Lloyd.
How lovely is that? Did you see the hesitation move? And it falls short. Oh, it falls in the middle of Arya Kananta and Hassan Mohsin. If we can see a replay of that delivery again, this is absolutely brilliant.
Usman Khalid is telling him, have some of that.
Look at
Usman
this.
Tariq.
Look at the delivery.
This is worth having a look.
Oh, I didn't quite see that angle. Okay,
Probably
maybe we have
now.
time.
Probably
here
now.
we go.
Yeah, there we go.
Lovely. That is outstanding. Reverse sweep, and why not? Have fun. It's going to go away for 4. You have nothing to lose.
That is Stephen Vick finally gets to play a ball. Matthew Cross denied him the strike, but well, that was his destiny to get out a switch hit before this game was over. And he got one on the 5th ball. 1 to go. This has been a dominating performance from the Stallion X. First with the bat and then under pressure with the ball after the halfway stage. Second half of their bowling innings has been spectacular.
He does it again with the hesitation move. This is essentially a dominating performance by the Stallions X. They truly deserve their spot in the finals. The final margin of victory after that single is merely all of 50 runs on the nose. And that is the end of the match, rather. A pretty dominating performance from the Stallions, Shah Faisal.
Absolutely. The toss that didn't go their way, but they really put in a wonderful performance. Their application with the bat was good. They realized the moments they needed to go hard, and they did that. And Usman Khan's innings definitely was a catalyst, but there were other contributions as well. In a minute, we'll get to see the batting card. But for now, Clarion Eagles, former champions, have been knocked out. They played a wonderful part in this tournament. They provided us some great moments of entertainment and commiserations to them. But this moment truly is for this lot. Grant Bradburn leading out his troops, Usman Khan. Abdul, the owner of Clarion Eagles, alongside Yasir Bhai and all his players, very sportingly coming out and congratulating Stallion X on a wonderful performance. 2 very good teams, and that is how the run chase began. Chetapaliam, who's been in very good form, 9 of 11. He's been helping them get off to good starts. He wasn't on the button today. Mukhtar forged a partnership with Sanjay Krishnamurthy with 2 down at the halfway stage. They were well within the game, but look at what happened after Krishnamurthy and Mukhtar fell. Contributions didn't quite come. 4 from Saif Badr, Mohsin went cheaply, Harmeet went cheaply, and Matthew Cross, by the time he was playing his innings, the game was virtually over. Only 8 extras as well with the ball from the Stallions, so they were very disciplined. But Clarion Eagles with the bat, very disappointing.
No question. For the bowlers, Ehsan Adil came back from a very expensive start, 12 in his first over to finish at an economy rate of 7.67. But look at the very bottom of that list. Hassan Mohsin, 3 overs, 3 for 13, taking the heart out of the chase for the Clarion Eagles. Good support bowling and a good couple of strikes from Ghulam Mudassar, 4 overs, 2 for 22. And overall, just a clean, absolutely clinical performance to propel the Stallions X into the finals.
Yeah, that is the match summary. 189 for 5 played, 138 runs for Usman Khan. Tejinder Singh back in form. Shayan Jahangir has been playing pretty well throughout the tournament. Another contribution from the skipper, 26. Najaf Shah, the old horse, 2 for 35, once again putting in a creditable performance. Stephen Wigg was taken to the cleaners towards the back end of the innings. Still 2 wickets for him. And Lamba 1 for 38. In return, Krishnamurthy and Mukhtar, their innings were significant but didn't last long enough to sustain the challenge for the 20 overs, and in the end losing out by 51 runs. The Clarion Eagles. Music is thumping here at Paramveer Sports Complex. It's been a wonderful tournament with one more semi-final to go. Teams have just come together in front of us. In fact, it's Clarion Eagles who are going for their customary group photo for the year. And they will be joined by the Stallion X for their one for the season. Atlanta Open Managing Committee, they're just organizing those group photos. Shanta, she's at the forefront. Ramzi, the social media manager, she is also amongst the organizers, and the official photographer is also involved. Just in a minute, we will get to chance probably to speak to both the captains before these formalities are done. Look at the beautiful blue sky, scattered clouds in the sky, an absolute picture. Another mouth-watering semi-final is coming your way. That is another cracker of a game. Atlanta Fire will be playing Kingsmen. It's a 2:40 start. The toss will be happening very shortly, and they will take on Stallions X, who's already through to the final. If you're in and around Rydell, Georgia, or close to Atlanta, you should come along and enjoy the Atlanta Open. It has been a wonderful tournament, and another game coming your way in beautiful condition, gorgeous weather, and plenty of entertainment and hospitality. And not to forget, the entry is absolutely free to get into Paramveer Sports Complex. So do join us, and it's just about time for me to join Lenia Chabar, who is with Akarshit Gomil.
Thank you, Shaw Faisal. I'm with Gomel, the losing captain of the Clarion Eagles. Gomel, your campaign comes to an end in the semi-final.
Yeah, I mean, tough loss. Semi-final is always the biggest game of the tournament, and yeah, not a good feeling at all.
All right, what may have gone wrong? 188, 189 posts. You know it was always going to be tough.
I think we gave like at least 20 runs extra, that whatever we had in our mind, and then at the back end of the batting end, I mean, we just fell short, just kept on losing wickets, and there was no such partnership to carry us home.
I know it's almost the end of the year. What's in store next for the Clarion Eagles?
I believe our guys are going to play for US national team, and then a couple of them are going to play various leagues in different parts of the world, and guys will be preparing for that. And for Clarion Eagles, I believe that the next tournament cycle, whenever it will start in 2026, that will be our campaign.
All right, so thank you very much. Thank you. Love to see you at the Atlanta Open once again, Clarion Eagles. We'll see you next year. I'm with the winning captain from Stallion X, Shayan Jahangir. And Cheyenne, you're into the final again. When I spoke to you on the opening game, we were very optimistic that Stallion X is going to do well in this tournament. You're into the final.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah for it. I think the boys have shown character time and time again, and to reach to the finals of Atlanta Open 2025, it's a big opportunity again to stamp the Kingsman authority and take our franchise to further heights.
Let's talk about the conditions. We talked about the conditions being a lot better for batting than we saw 2 days ago. You being a batter yourself, how did you find the conditions today?
It's a little bit tricky. The ball grips, the ball rises a little bit sometimes, so to pace as well. So the application of a batter is important. And today, how we went about our innings with wickets intact, that's what our plan was throughout the tournament as well. But it came off today, and we ended up getting a big score.
All right, final question, Usman Khan, how good he's been today?
Very good. I mean, he's got a lot of experience. He's played on a lot of pitches, the same as the wickets that we were using here, and he's putting it in the front and, you know, producing results for the team when it matters.
All right, so Cheyenne, all the best in the final. So that's Cheyenne Jahangir. We'll go upstairs back to Shaw Faisal.
Has been announced as well. Usman Khan, no surprises there, because the big hitting Usman made 96 and really made the big impact. Well, this run chase, which began with great hope for Clarion Eagles, but they fell short. Total, but they lost an early wicket thanks to a brilliant catch from Tejinder. And little bit of an effort there from skipper Akarshit Gomel, looking to forge a partnership with Mukhtar, who looked in belligerent touch earlier on, taking on Kashif Bhatti in one of his overs. Sanjay Krishnamurthy, rather Akarshit Gomel, stayed there for a little while until he was taken out by this catch from Ehsan Adil. Sanjay Krishnamurthy really started off with the bang, hitting a couple of sixes earlier in his innings. And at that stage, the momentum was going with the Eagles, and it looked like they will keep the chase going. Another one of those big hits against Asif Mahmood, whose first over went for plenty. But the introduction of Hassan Mohsin really changed the game. First he took out Mukhtar, who was in great nick, and then that run out of at the non-striker end, it really just set the panic buttons. And then Mohsin holds out, couldn't clear the fence. At that stage, the run rate was climbing. Harmeet tried, he skied one up in the air and took a good catch. But the last rights were just pretty one-sided, as the game literally had ended. Ghulam Mudassir helping himself with a couple of wickets. Usman Khalid as well chipping in and taking the wicket of Matt Cross. That sealed the deal. Usman Khan, the man of the match. The margin of victory, Stallion X winning by 51 runs. Gorgeous conditions here at Paramveer, and we are not too far away from the second semi-final that will come your way pretty shortly, and it's another mouth-watering contest. Atlanta Fire, the home team, will be taking on Kingsman, and there is a little bit of time left in that, so we'll be able to take a short break, catch our breath, and come back with a live action for semi-final 2 of Atlanta Open 2025. Stay tuned.